Chapter 961. The key was how to capture, store, and carry them without fusing them. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi swindle Dao fragments again, Xia Bingji felt like she was about to collapse. I've realized that you have the potential to be a child trafficker. Forget it, you can do it yourself. I'll go over there to collect the spirit machine. If they collected more, they would be able to collect 10,000 strands of jade purity in 10 years. This was a terrifying number. Cultivators also had obsessive-compulsive disorder. They always thought that collecting 10,000 strands would be perfect. In fact, 9,000 strands was enough to make people envious. Lu Xiaoyi stared at the great void fragment, but he was thinking about something else. After forming his nascent soul this time, he had changed a lot. Not only physically, but also mentally. When humans synchronized their growth process to a certain extent with the progress of the universe, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Even if he was only in a small universe at that time, the basic changes of the universe were the same. As the first living creature in the small universe, his status was similar to that of the ancestors of humans in the main world. Of course, it was not a complete comparison, but there were similarities. After forming his nascent soul for half a century, he had always been searching for the secrets of this body. He had always been discovering and pleasantly surprised. There were too many treasures in his body that needed to be unearthed. It might take a lifetime. When the small world was formed, the first life form was born. He broke himself and used the east wind to rise up. This was definitely a stroke of genius, and definitely not something that could be replicated. It required too many coincidences. A small world, a stone that had experienced the changes of the universe, coincidences, and Taoism and Buddhism. It felt like stealing from the heavens. Not to mention his body, he had not figured it out yet. In the future, he would find a chance to work on his body, but not now. The main problem now was his mind, his sea of consciousness. Because there were things that he valued the most, the strength of his soul, the big bird in the sparrow palace, and the habitat of the flying sword. In the small universe's transformation of his mind, there were some miraculous changes. At that time, he was only left with a little bit of his true spirit. Through the power of the small universe, he carried out an all-round reconstruction of his body. In this process, the existing heavenly Tao was not the complete heavenly Tao, but flawed. At the very least, there were 3 innate Taos missing: morality, fate, and merit. If he formed his nascent soul 50 years later, there would be one less great void. Theoretically, it made sense because these 3 great Taos had collapsed. Morality did not matter. It seemed like he had never had that before. At the very least, he didn't care about it and didn't pay attention to it. He didn't care about merit either. His problem was fate. The ball of Qi Yuan had always accompanied him throughout his cultivation journey. It had never been separated from him, and he had encountered many fortuitous encounters in the process. Devouring was powerful, so it was natural to be colored. Fusing with the great bird of the Sparrow Palace, every step was a great opportunity that ordinary cultivators could only dream of. When he reached nascent soul, he had no choice but to pay special attention to the direction of his nascent soul Tao realm. Could it be fate? In theory, of course, choosing the direction where one's strength was the most rational decision. But in the end, he did not choose fate. He couldn't reason it out. It was just a vague feeling. If someone were to write a biography of him in the future, things like this could only be attributed to the author's irresponsible willfulness. He had an extremely powerful ball of providence, but he didn't have the support of the great Tao of destiny during the spirit reconstruction. This was very contradictory. Then, a variable appeared in the contradiction. His fate couldn't be eliminated because it was something that existed in the first place. There were also rules for reconstruction. You couldn't create something that didn't exist, and you couldn't make something disappear. But now, there was indeed no great Tao of destiny. Without the support of the innate great Tao, his powerful fate had become a rootless duckweed. It lacked the theoretical basis for its existence. He chose his nascent soul. So, in the end, his fate was still there. However, it wasn't the fate under the innate great Tao, but his own fate. Lu Xiaoyi had controlled his fate in his own hands. From now on, No existence could take it away. He could die, but his fate would always be his. An ordinary man couldn't seize fate. This was the portrayal of his current situation. This was a little abnormal. Because in his current state, no one could see his fate anymore because he had already broken away from the fate system under the heavenly Tao. Not to mention seizing it. But from now on, he couldn't devour the fate of others. Because it wasn't something in the same system, he could intercept, destroy, and eliminate the fate of others, but he couldn't take it for his own use. This strange change, in general, was more beneficial than harmful because he no longer intentionally devoured the fate of others. Fate was a mysterious thing, it wasn't a simple accumulation of energy. The more he devoured, the better. In the future, his fate would be completely controlled by himself. The rise of his cultivation level, the change of his state of mind, the increase of his strength, the special experiences, and so on, would have nothing to do with others. His own fate, an independent fate, this suited his personality very well, even if he might wander outside the broken great Tao of destiny because of it. Under such a premise, the Sparrow Palace in his sea of consciousness had a strange change. The Sparrow Palace was still there, the big bird was still there, but it seemed to have changed. It wasn't as elegant, beautiful, and outstanding as before. It became ordinary, and uglier. To be specific, purely from the characteristics of its body, it had a belly, its fur had changed from rainbow to grayish-black, its wings were no longer slender and had become short and thick, its beak had become sharper, and its claws had become sharper. When it came out of its body, it didn't make a clear cry, but a caw-caw sound. It was just like King Old Crow. Its eyes were no longer arrogant and cold, but had become cruel and bloodthirsty. Especially when it came out of its sword, it became blood red. It made the monstrous killing intent on his flying sword become sharper and sharper. Putting aside the ugliness, the other changes were quite in line with his wishes. It had become more like Lu Xiaoyi. The most extraordinary thing was that his flying sword, Seven Ant, wasn't reared in the old crow's belly, but had transformed into a beak. It was unknown if the old crow had transformed into the flying sword, or if the flying sword had transformed into the old crow. As its wings had become short and thick, the frequency of its vibrations had increased, and the speed of its sword had also increased. The flying sword had evolved to such an extent that it had long broken away from the form of a sword case and sword pellet. It was no longer in the form of a sword disc. It was in the form of Lu Xiaoyi. Growing together with him, there was no longer any separation. There was no need to fuse with heavenly treasures, nor was there a need to deliberately break through. Every step he took, Seven Ant would synchronize with him. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. One with the sword, this was in line with his understanding of the swordsman. The old crow's belly was where he placed his hopes. He had a premonition that this belly could swallow any energy body with the nature of great Tao. The crux was how to get the great Tao fragment in. It wasn't that he really wanted to comprehend the great void, as he didn't have that much free time. He really wanted to use this item to exchange for a spirit tablet. It was a very simple and practical idea. Since he had nothing to do in this place, why not dig out the powers of his Sparrow Palace while collecting the Great Void Fragment? Chapter 962. The two of them, one continuing to gather spiritual energy while the other persisting in abduction, both hoped that this trip to the universe would have a perfect ending. In fact, their 10 years of cooperation had been perfect and smooth. It was so smooth that even the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to find trouble for them. Xia Bingji was gathering spiritual energy when she suddenly received a message from Lu Xiaoyi in her mind. She sighed and gave up on gathering spiritual energy. She found a hidden place nearby and hid her body. Her aura became faint and finally disappeared completely. This was a routine that she and Lu Xiaoyi had practiced for a long time. It was the best way to deal with strange cultivators. In Ir's words, "Your face is the source of trouble." Of course, this was a joke. The advantage of this method was that Lu Xiaoyi could fight without any scruples and she didn't have to walk between life and death. If something happened to Lu Xiaoyi in the end, she would be the last trump card. Every orthodoxy had its own specialties. For example, Xia Bingji's orthodoxy was very good at hiding. When she really used it, even Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't be able to find her unless he was very close to her. When she was escaping in the meteorite, she couldn't use this skill because she was too passive and was being chased too tightly. If she suddenly stopped breathing, even a fool would know that she must have hidden herself. But now, it was different. No one knew that there were two people here. Moreover, Ir was very annoying and had a strong ability to attract hatred. There were 4 people, 4 late Yuanying stage cultivators. In the universe, such a small team was considered quite strong. Because they didn't bring any newcomers, their actions were relatively unrestrained. The asteroid wasn't big and Lu Xiaoyi didn't deliberately hide, so they found him and the fragment of the Great Void Tao at the first moment. You Taoist, the so-called opportunity belongs to the virtuous. It doesn't matter who came first. If you get out of the way now, at least you can keep your life. The leading Taoist was very rude. It was because there were many people and also because of the general unscrupulous mood after the collapse of the Great Tao. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. In such a universal cultivation atmosphere, he had very little room for choice. The fact that the 4 of them did not mention anything about invading the universe meant that they were also outsiders of this universe. The fact that they came straight to the asteroid meant that they must have some way to track the aura of the Great Void Fragment from a long distance. It wasn't that he didn't want to help others, but it was a matter of attitude. Did the current cultivation world not even have the patience to negotiate? He wanted to let Xia Bingji know that he was not a lunatic who had killed countless people. He was very reasonable. When I was young, when I played with other children, if I took a fancy to someone's toy, how would I get the chance to play with it? My mother told me that you have to be kind and polite, and that you have to tell the other children your name. Which family's child was he? Would the elders of their respective clans still interact with each other? Toys won't break, and the owner might even get a few candies. In the future, they might even become friends and deal with other ignorant children together. Xia Bingji, who had concealed herself, sighed. She finally understood why this person kept getting into trouble and fighting non-stop. His mouth was really too smelly. It would have been better if he didn't say these so-called polite words, but once he did, he would definitely fight. Originally, he had the mentality of getting rid of the problem, but now, he was probably going to kill him. Sure enough, one of the Taoists shouted angrily, "How dare you? Are you saying that we have no manners?" Lu Xiaoyi said slowly, "The difference between humans and animals is that humans don't act according to their instinct. Humans will consider the feelings of their own kind. You're all cultivating Tao, but you've cultivated yourself into animals." Before he could finish, a spell had already descended, forming an illusory realm around him. Demons and devils were everywhere. It was the void realm reality that the cultivators of the Great Void Orthodoxy loved to play with. Most of these demons and monsters were illusory, and only a few of them were real. However, they were formed by spells. Those who didn't know this realm and didn't have a strong will would find it hard to distinguish between the illusory and real. In a battle, as long as there was a slight mistake in judgment, they would be able to find an opening and take advantage of it. Lu Xiaoyi struck out with his sword and struck the virtual image twice in a row. However, relying on his speed, he was able to narrowly avoid the real danger when it came. He was also in a very sorry state. The 4 Taoists in the sky were very disdainful. "We only heard his words and didn't see his skills. We thought that he was a famous cultivator. Who knew that when he attacked? Sai, how did this person survive until now? Swordsmen are all like this. They think that they are omnipotent and can kill those who are stronger than them. That's why they don't care about cultivators in the same realm. Even a small beginner Yuanying has such an attitude. However, the only good thing about him is that his speed is not bad. I'll add another mirage realm and he won't be able to escape." Another Daoist cast a spell to prevent Lu Xiaoyi from escaping. Those who lived in the universe knew the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. If the snake wasn't killed, there would be endless trouble. One day, they might be surrounded by the swordsman. Just as the Mirage Realm was activated, the battle below changed again. Lu Xiaoyi was in the Mirage Realm. With his mental state, How could he be confused by such a small illusion? He also had a basic understanding of the great void. This was the benefit of him when he formed his nascent soul. He had the most basic understanding of all the innate Taos other than the virtues and virtues. Just like when he saw the great void fragment, he had already understood it. It wasn't like he said that he didn't know it. He just didn't want to appear too perverted and wanted to leave some space for the woman to perform. In the Daoist's mirage realm, he was always able to escape from danger. This wasn't luck, but wisdom. However, this kind of deception couldn't last long. If he did it a few more times, it would definitely arouse suspicion. There were no fools in the universe. The reason why he did this was because he wasn't confident. He wasn't confident that he could kill all four of them. The four Taoists knew how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Of course, he also knew that the principle of doing things in the universe was to not leave any loose end. With his current strength, it wouldn't be so troublesome to deal with a late-stage Yuaniing, but if there were four of them, there would be too many variables. He would have to consider their cooperation. If something went wrong, he would have to run away and leave Xiabingji here alone. It would be very inconvenient. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he had always tried his best not to cross the boundary. He tried his best not to fight alone. If he could fight with a group, he would fight with a group. If he could fight with a group, he wouldn't fight with an adult unless he had no other choice under special circumstances. 4 late-stage nascent soul-stage cultivators were already beyond his capability. It was not like shooting targets one by one while hiding on the meteorolite. Under the joint attack of the 4 of them, his weak cultivation base would have a fatal flaw because of the huge gap between them. It was something that could not be solved no matter how brilliant the sword arts were. Therefore, it wasn't that he had a bad mouth. It was that he had to make full use of the fact that he was still unknown in the universe. He had to make the first move when his opponents were careless. This was a tactical choice. Strategically, he didn't want to let any of them go. Whether he could fight or not depended on how many he could ambush. Chapter 963. The other Daoist was casting the mirage outside, so he was very clear about this. This was an opportunity. It was very difficult to pay attention to one's own safety while others were fighting, especially when one of his companions was attacking and the other 3 were watching from the sidelines. What other choice did the swordsman have other than to escape? How could he continue to provoke the 3 spectators? Even an idiot wouldn't do that, right? That ordinary flying sword continued to slash through the air, sweeping past the illusory demon that didn't even exist. This had already happened many times. Next, this flying sword would automatically change directions and look for its next target. The only coincidence was that the flying sword was slashing in a straight line with the Daoist casting the mirage outside. No one cared. The most crucial part of a spell cultivator's premonition of the swordsman's flying sword was when the flying sword was released. When the flying sword finished accelerating, the spell cultivator had very little time left. For a flying sword with a spirit, hitting the target was inevitable. The only difference was whether the spell cultivator's defense was perfect. Of course it wasn't. Because he was casting the mirage. Therefore, when he noticed that something was wrong with the flying sword and his 2 senior brothers' divine sense warned him, he had already lost the last bit of time to set up his defense. His body had just swayed when the flying sword pierced through him. The explosive sword chi displayed a destructive power that was completely different from the normal flying sword itself. It flew like a slingshot, but only when it hit him would he know that it was a rocket launcher. That was his last thought. Lu Xiaoyi naturally wouldn't let the Daoist who was fighting with him go. This was his original plan. If he could successfully ambush 2 at once, this battle would be very easy. If he could only ambush 1, he would bring the other 3 to the depths of the universe. If he couldn't even ambush 1, then he would have to run. With his current ability, he could easily split out 2 sword beams to attack 2 people. However, the Daoist in the middle of the battle was still very alert. He was not sure if he could really split out 2 sword beams to attack both of them. Therefore, he used his flying sword to attack the Daoist in the middle of the battle and used his old crow to attack the Daoist in the middle of the battle. The old crow was truly ferocious. Its mental power directly destroyed the opponent's sea of consciousness. It was no longer a matter of how long the opponent would take to recover, but whether the injury could be healed. What happened next was a matter of one sword strike. Before the remaining two Taoists could save him, the sword shadows filled the sky and he began his most incisive sword strike. Xia Bingji, who was buried in the rock wall, heard such a sound. Her eardrums were filled with the shrill whistling of the sword, which was getting closer and closer, more and more frequent, and more urgent. She couldn't judge the specific situation, but it shouldn't be too bad. Otherwise, this guy would have already run away with his opponent. After being together for so long, she knew very well that once the battle started, this guy's calmness would be completely different from his usual unruly self. Then, all of a sudden, the sword whistled far away, and the surroundings returned to normal. It was obvious that the battlefield had been shifted, but it was unknown whether it was done on its own initiative or passively. Xia Bingji still couldn't control her curiosity, and she didn't think it was a good idea to continue burying herself here. If that guy really failed, it would be safest for her to leave. When she came out, what she saw were 3 floating corpses in the void. It was obvious that this guy left in the end to eliminate the source of trouble. Looking at the valley again, the spiritual vigils had already fled, and the fragment of the great void was nowhere to be seen. It must have escaped while the spiritual vigils were in disorder during the fierce battle. It didn't matter, since neither of them needed it, and neither of them could get it. The killing of the universe was magnified after the collapse of the Great Tao. There was no right or wrong in this. 4 cultivators who were proficient in the Great Tao of the Great Void came together to take what should have belonged to them, just because their attitude wasn't good enough. If it had to be based on right or wrong, good or evil, then that guy was the evil one, right? From the beginning, it was a deliberate massacre, and he didn't really consider settling the possible disputes peacefully. However, if it was done according to her way, what would the final result be? Would there really be a good result if she gave away the fragment of the Great Void? She didn't know. Intuition told her that if she gave away the first time, there would be a second time. If she gave away the fragment of the Great Tao, should she give away the spiritual vigils in the storage ring? Should she give away her life? Not long after, a familiar aura fluctuation came, and Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand from afar. "Let's go, senior sister." The two of them immediately made their way back, turning a blind eye to the possible spiritual vigils in the past. If they continued to gather spiritual vigils along the way, they didn't know when they would be able to return home. 2 years later, the two of them parted outside the atmosphere of Juzian, and they didn't make any plans for the future. With their combination, it wasn't suitable for them to travel together. They would be a burden to each other in battle, and they would still be a burden to each other when gathering spiritual vigils. Just like the married couple back then, they were still partners now. Lu Xiaoyi went straight back to carefree travel. After he became a nascent soul, he only returned to this so-called sect once. It was a little too dull, and this wasn't good. Everything was drifting away from the main theme, and his eyes and ears were not very sharp. His human relations were still in the Great Freedom Hall, but the person in charge was now a true lord, a genuine carefree person. His attitude could be described as carefree. It was irresponsible. Yes. After becoming a nascent soul, you need to consolidate. Consolidate. Especially since your foundation is still relatively weak. After all, it's not the foundation of your cultivation technique. Now that you've consolidated your cultivation, you want to go out into the void of the universe? Let me take a look for you. Which teams are going out to gather spiritual vigils recently? I can bring you along. Great, this true lord was really muddle-headed. He thought that he was cooped up in the sect to consolidate his cultivation. After all, his 1-inch nascent soul when he first became a nascent soul was too embarrassing. No one would think that he had become a nascent soul from the ancient times. They thought that this nascent soul was very complete, somewhere between normal and abnormal. If it was another person, a cultivator with a proper carefree background, in this situation, there would definitely be elders and seniors who would ask about his well-being and find a solution together. However, he was a new follower, and one who had his own foundation in Little Lu. In the subconscious minds of most major cultivators, This kind of person couldn't be more suitable to become a complete nascent soul. Didn't he have the protection of the ancestor? Shouldn't this kind of matter be handled by the ancestor? If they acted without permission, wouldn't they be flattering the ancestor instead? As a result, very few true monarchs cared about his matters. In the past few hundred years, the number of nascent soul cultivators had doubled. There were too many troublesome matters, so who would deliberately take care of him? Martial uncle, this disciple hasn't just been cultivating in the sect all these years. I also went to the void to take a look. Lu Xiaoyi didn't tell the complete truth. There was a huge difference between looking at the void for 50 years and looking at it for a few years. The true Lord nodded. You went to the void of the universe? Yes, you did. Cultivators of our generation should be careful of the universe. The universe is your home. Only by broadening your horizons can you go further. Everything was good. Lu Xiaoyi stated his request. This disciple wants to go back to Yarrow Ying to take a look. That's also a carefree property, so I can't just ignore it. The true Lord said, Yarrow Ying is good. Body in the universe, heart in the world, good good good. Chapter 964. In the past 50 years, our shaking shadow realm has gained another 6 yuanying. Song Rong reported with a joyful expression. Lu Xiaoyi raised his eyebrows. Oh, that means there are 11 yuanying? No, that's not right, we have to count Dao Master Marrow as well. 12. Song Rong smiled bitterly. 10. I lost 2 brothers outside. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi's inquisitive gaze, Song Rong smiled awkwardly. They were all killed in a group fight in the universe. I was there once when we fought against cultivators from other universes. We won the fight in the end, but the losses were unavoidable. There was nothing we could do about it. Lu Xiaoyi was just asking casually. He didn't think about how he could help them settle the matter. The universe was so big, and the future was so long. It was impossible to settle it all. This was a big stage, and the change of the era was imminent. Those who couldn't keep up were destined to be eliminated. I have some new insights. I can't guarantee that I'll be right when I reach the nascent soul realm. The only thing I can say is that I've walked this path without any mistakes. Call them all over. I'll teach you all a lesson. Lu Xiaoyi was full of confidence for this lesson. This was because his flying sword system had finally taken shape after 700 years of cultivation. Now that the flying sword system was set, everything else had a standard. He didn't have to constantly search for it like before. This was what he wanted to instill in his swordsman subordinates. Nothing was certain. Learning to deny oneself was a good habit. Being complacent in the current environment would only lead to elimination. His path might not necessarily be the path of others, but there was more than one path to the upper realm. As long as they put in the effort and dared to try, they would eventually find a path that belonged to them. However, the swordsmen were more concerned about this time. Che Xie asked the question that everyone wanted to know. About the collapse of the Tao, does the sword master have anything to remind us? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This had to be explained clearly. Otherwise, who knew what these daring fellows would do? There are a few things that I'm certain of. Actually, you all already know. First, the collapse of the Great Tao was a trend, but the timing was uncertain. It might speed up, or it might take a longer time. But with the universe's heavenly Tao's endurance, it is impossible for the 30 or so innate Taos to collapse at the same time. Thus, it will take a longer time, so long that there is no need for you to think about it now. A few thousand years is the minimum. Are you sure you can live until then? The swordsman laughed. Nandang pondered and said, Swordmaster, are you saying that we don't have to think too much about the changes in the future? Regardless of whether the Great Tao will collapse or not, we should choose the one that suits us. We don't have to think about which Great Tao will collapse in the end and deliberately choose it. Lu Xiaoyi pointed at him and said, Nandang, you stepped on my heel and got some of my spiritual energy. That's right. If the Tao realm you chose when you formed your nascent soul was the one that collapsed in the end, then congratulations. Your cultivation strength and swordsmanship will be stronger because of the Great Tao. If you choose the Tao realm and it collapses, Or if you choose a Tao realm that has already collapsed, it's not a big deal. Once it disintegrated, it would recombine. All of you have the experience of going through this process in advance. This is to build a foundation for you to attempt the unification of the Tao in the future. The collapse of the great Tao doesn't mean that it's gone. It's just that it's not systematic and there's no clear structure. There's no standard. But this also means that the direction you're heading in might be the correct one. These words made the swordsman very excited. Who didn't want to unify the Tao in cultivation? Even if the chances were slim. From what I know, in the 9 great sects, there are many cultivators who choose the Tao realm that has already collapsed. I won't say which is right and which is wrong, because they all have their reasons. You just have to follow your heart. Don't be deliberate. This is the essence of cultivation. Let nature take its course. You will never be wrong. Looking at the crowd, there were Yuanying and Jindan cultivators. There were hundreds of them. The shaking shadow realm was really flourishing now. It was also a good time. Whether it was Yuanying, Jindan, or Foundation establishment, the upper level was much easier than it was a few hundred years ago. And it was foreseeable that it would be even easier in the future. Secondly, when the great Tao collapses, there will be fragments floating in the void of the universe. Those who are strong will obtain them. This is not a rumor. This may not be good news for the Jindan cultivators, but you all have a chance. If the Tao of Zenith Heaven collapses, it will be like the fate of morality, spreading to the mortal world. Maybe you can sleep for a while and the great Tao will come to you. The swordsman laughed. If the great Tao of the 5 elements and time collapsed, it would be the beginning of a new era, right? When the end of the world came, how many people would be able to see it? At the very least, they would have to reach the level of young God perfected Lord. Who could guarantee that they would be able to do it? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. So, this is actually still a mess. Just like the previous collapse of merit. This time, the Great Void, which of you can unify the fragments of the Great Tao? The Yuanying cultivators sighed. None of them were in the direction of the Great Void. Even if they went to the void of the universe, it would be useless. Could they find it? Even if they found it, they couldn't unify it. It was meaningless. Just as the Swordmaster said, there was no difference between knowing too much and not knowing at all. Those who did not have a strong will and liked to think about other things would be better off not knowing. It would be a waste of time. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Chaos is coming. What should we do? Predict. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid your guess is not even close. Make plans. It's a pity that plans can't change so quickly. Even a perfected lord may not be able to design the most correct path for himself, let alone us Yuanying and Jindan cultivators. So my suggestion is to do what is within the scope of your abilities. Lu Xiaoyi's expression was serious. First, set a small goal for yourself. Jindan, think about how to become a nascent soul. If you can't do it in such a big environment, wouldn't you be too useless? Yuanying, live for 100 years first. The void of the universe is not peaceful now. Survival is the way of the king. In this chaotic world, strength is the most important thing. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Cultivation is like climbing a tower. If you're on the first level, just think about the second. If you insist on thinking about the peaches of immortality at the top level, it's not wise. Work hard to improve your cultivation and swordsmanship, protect your home, and help your brothers. This is what you can do now. Do it. If you keep doing it, you will realize that your goal might be closer to you. He stood up. The sword vein is a hole. How to survive in the cracks of Buddhism is what we should consider. As for the change of era, leave it to the taller people to shoulder. Lu Xiaoyi walked out of the hall, leaving the group deep in thought. He had said what he needed to say. He was also doing what was within the scope of his abilities, but he would not add more burdens to himself. Actually, he was not only talking about these swordsman brothers, but also himself. Although he had become a nascent soul, the changes at the top level were still too far away from him. It had nothing to do with him. Chapter 965. Taoist Master Maro was waiting for him outside with a hint of sadness in his gratification. It seems like I don't need to remind you of certain things. That's good. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. I know my limits. Senior, I think you, Taoist Master Maro said indifferently. I've been with you for almost 100 years in Shaking Shadow. I've already forgotten what the universe is like. Shaking Shadow doesn't lack yuanying anymore. That's why I'm here to ask for leave. I'm going to take a trip to the universe and I don't know when I'll be back. I'm relieved to leave Shaking Shadow to you. You're doing better than us. Lu Xiaoyi was very sharp. Senior, is true Monarch Yi and the others, Taoist Master Maro didn't care. This is a matter of the older generation. It has nothing to do with you. We have our history and you have your responsibilities. Don't get involved. It's not good for either of us. There's no right or wrong in cultivation. Once you're in a whirlpool, you can't control yourself. This isn't fake nobility. You can't help us with our problems. We can't help you with Shaking Shadow's future either. Everyone should do what they should do. This is cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi bowed deeply. He really couldn't help with these matters. Taoist Master Maro left. He didn't even say where he was going. Lu Xiaoyi came to Shaking Shadow's sword transport hall. The brightest lanterns had already been extinguished. They belonged to true Monarch Yi and the other yuanying sages. He sighed. He had only met true Monarch Yi a few times. After entrusting Shaking Shadow to him, they hadn't met again. True Monarch Yi's determination made him sigh. Not to mention his strength, just his state of mind was enough to make him a real swordsman. He knew that he couldn't let his emotions fluctuate. Some things were better remembered. This was the cultivation world. It wasn't a place where he could get angry. At the very least, he couldn't afford to do that now. Not only could he not do that, but even the swordsman under him couldn't do that either. If you jump forward, there's a hole waiting for you below. Shaking Shadow was still accumulating power. There were a few characters in yuanying that Lu Xiaoyi had high hopes for. Zhu Fan, Song Rong, and a few others had already begun to take a step that was unique to them after 100 years of training. It wasn't Xiaoying's, nor was it Lu Xiaoyi's. Instead, it was a unique path that they had forged with their own conditions. This was also the hope that Lu Xiaoyi had for them. Building a comprehensive system could not be done by just one person, not even him. He had stayed in the shadow-shaking realm for over a year, discussing the true essence of swordsmanship with the swordsman without holding anything back. While teaching others, he was also improving himself. This was Lu Xiaoyi's method. It was also a process that every founder of a system had to go through. A single tree couldn't make a forest. After all, a person's thoughts were limited. When many people picked up firewood, the flames would grow. What made him happy was the current cultivation atmosphere in the shadow-shaking realm. Here, there were no masters and disciples, only brothers. Everyone could freely express their own thoughts. Under Lu Xiaoyi's core principles, they complemented each other. All kinds of ideas were unconstrained, and a system was slowly taking shape. Right now, it was still a small sapling, but in the future, it would definitely grow into a towering tree. This kind of swordsmanship atmosphere would only appear in the early stages of a system. A few people, some close friends, all for the sake of a common goal. When the shadow-shaking realm was fully matured and the internal rules began to change to a strict system, this kind of atmosphere would slowly disappear. This process was unavoidable. Creativity would be steadily replaced. Seniority, age, and so on. Just like when the universe was first formed, all kinds of changes were eternal. You couldn't say which was good and which was bad. It was just like how you could never compare the frivolity of youth with the steadiness of old age. This was a process that had to be experienced at every stage. He was very happy that he was fortunate enough to lead this process. Yizu. Lu Xiaoyi laughed foolishly. A year later, he appeared on the land of Taishen Zhonghuang. He was here to look for Qing Xian. After going through a lot, the relationship between the few people with the same face had been spread out. There were coincidences and schemes. With Snot and Rabbit Cracklip, this small circle seemed very natural. No one would know that the two of them were the ones who were really close to each other. Daoist governor respectfully led him into the Taishen mountain gate. In the eyes of these Jindan Taoists, they were already legendary figures whose fame had spread far and wide. Among the huge body cultivators, they could barely be regarded as little ancestors, so they didn't dare to slight them. Uncle Master Quansu has a problem and can't welcome you personally. I hope Uncle Master Dan can forgive me. Daoist governor apologized. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. You don't need to cover for him. How can he be unwell at his level? He was beaten up, wasn't he? How embarrassing. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm here, I'll get him back. The Daoist governor smiled awkwardly. If anyone else had said this, he would have been displeased. But these four people were friends and strong, so he could only treat these disgusting words as the concern between friend. Qing Xian's abode was on an independent mountain peak. The environment was elegant, and the scenery was enchanting. Lu Xiaoyi pursed his lips. If Daoist three purities were like this, then they could make do with anything, but the abode's environment. Quansu, are you dead yet? I've brought you a coffin. I guarantee you'll like it. Daoist governor left quietly, smiling wryly. But in his heart, he was envious. To be able to have such a friend at the Yuanying level was rare, even if it was a bit vulgar. A HMPH could be heard from within the abode, but no one refused to welcome him. This was in line with Qing Xian's usual attitude. Truth be told, in his current state, the last thing he wanted to see was someone taking pleasure in his misfortune. Lu Xiaoyi barged into the abode. As he expected, it was clean and tidy, without a speck of dust. The decorations were exquisite, and the atmosphere was natural and elegant. The incense in the cauldron was as faint as smoke. He had to admit that this was a place for cultivators. In comparison, Lu Xiaoyi's abode was a pigsty. Qing Xian straightened his body and sat cross-legged on the Daoist couch in the middle of the room. His expression was normal, his breathing was calm, and his eyes were clear. He just looked at him quietly, not saying a word. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. Stop pretending. We've known each other for hundreds of years. Who doesn't know each other? If you keep pretending, I'll just kill you with my sword. That'll be the end of my grudge with the three purities. Qing Xian's anger surged, but he suppressed it. In front of this guy, some things could not be hidden. Lu Xiaoyi walked around the room as if he was familiar with the place. He took out a pot of wine from a hidden place and poured himself a cup. He was very curious. I say, Daoist, this shouldn't be. With your skills, even if you were to compete with others in the universe, you wouldn't end up like this. Do you think I don't know the three purities? If you can't beat them, you run. If you can't outrun them, you cower. If you can't cower, you'll use underhanded methods. Qing Xian really couldn't stand his chatter. Sugar-coated whores. Don't be so sarcastic. As cultivators, victory and defeat are common. What's so hard to say? A few years ago, when I met that slug, he even said that you were beaten up like a dead dog by a monk in the core of the Sea of Stars. I won't go and make sarcastic remarks. Chapter 966. You're really magnanimous. Don't make sarcastic remarks now, I'll admire you. Lu Xiaoyi pursed his lips. This slug, he can't hide any secrets. I'll seal his mouth sooner or later. He observed Qing Xian carefully and chuckled. Oxnose, why do I feel like you were also beaten up by a monk? I was beaten up by a monk at the core of the Sea of Stars. At that time, I was still a Jindan. It's not embarrassing to be beaten up by a Maha Bodhisattva, and in the end, I still killed him. What about you? Tell me, who's who among us brothers? How dare he beat up my brother? I'll teach him a lesson. Qing Xian was speechless as he watched this guy pretend to be a big brother. Cultivators were very sensitive to their own strength, including themselves and others. He had to admit that along the way, when he embarked on the foreign journey in the land of exile, he at least had a psychological advantage. However, under the various complications of Juxian's upper realm, he knew that he was left behind by another step every time he met this guy. When he killed Big Eyes and Small Eyes at the Taipu realm, he already knew that he was behind this person. This was also a principle that he understood from the moment he met this person. The more time he was given, the harder it would be to deal with this guy. He was one step ahead of him in the Yuanying. He thought that he finally gained an advantage, but now that he saw the person in person, it made him very depressed. This swordsman was different from before. He could not pinpoint the specific differences, but it was definitely not just because of his nascent soul. There was something deeper. This person was not suitable to be friends with. He would make people feel despair. It's Buddhism. However, it's not the origin of Juzian. It's a pure Buddhism domain in another universe. You were beaten up by a group of people? Lu Xiaoyi liked to dig up old scores and expose scars, especially this Qing Xian. However, Qing Xian's answer was unexpected. It wasn't a group fight. It was just one person. We fought one-on-one. I lost. It's that simple. The joke was over, Lu Xiaoyi said seriously. One person? There's such a person in the nearby universe. A Maha Bodhisattva for many years. You can't win in terms of cultivation? Qing Xian shook his head again. Not entirely. He was just a little earlier than you and I, and is also a newcomer. If it's Maha Bodhisattva, I know my own weight and won't fight head-on. This person should have fused with the great path of merit fragment. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. That makes sense. But I'm curious. Is the assistance of those grand Tao fragments really that great? It can make people reborn? Qing Xian smiled bitterly. All in all, she has great strength. She became a bodhisattva before her merit collapsed. It was not as easy as it is now, so she had talent and strength. Her merit collapsed more than 100 years ago, so she had more than 100 years to comprehend. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. You can't underestimate the heroes of the world. What domain was it? What's his name? Qing Xian was very vigilant. Calabash, this is my business. I have to get up from where I fell. Are you trying to disturb my mental state by interfering? Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, who would have the patience to come all the way to avenge you? But I have to know the general idea. I can't just bump into him and not know who he is. Qing Xian sneered, don't think I don't know. Your purpose is to find out who it is so that you can launch a sneak attack. It's Yihang Bodhisattva from the Siam domain. It's a rare domain where Buddhism thrives. I don't know much about the rest. Lu Xiaoyi pondered and said, do you think that your encounter with him was arranged by someone? Qing Xian understood what he meant. I'm not sure. Everything happened naturally. You also know that the universe is very chaotic now. I can't confirm the relationship between Siam and Juzian, the two major Buddhist sects in the upper realm. The reason why I went to that domain was to verify it. What do you want to verify? Lu Xiaoyi asked. Qing Xian snorted and said, we all know that Buddhism played a very important role in the transmission of fate in the azure sky. However, Taoism's role seems to be very uncertain. It's very contradictory. So after I formed my nascent soul, I consciously headed to the nearby universes in an attempt to get close to those domains where Buddhism thrives. I hope to find something from them. Unfortunately, the monks seem to be very cautious about this, and the average bodhisattvas don't know much about it. Over the years, I've been to Siam, Lumbinai, Lui, and Lingjue. It's very difficult to infiltrate and there's no hope of communicating with them. But since I'm looking for spiritium, I might as well follow the paths of these Buddhist realms. What's awkward is that I didn't find anything, but I did find a lot of spiritium. I'm speechless. Lu Xiaoyi sighed inwardly. He wasn't as persistent as Daoist Three Purities when it came to missions. Perhaps it was because they had different methods of doing things. Qing Xian followed the prescribed order step by step, never stopping. But he always wanted to stand out from the crowd and take the unconventional path. But he still felt the need to remind his companion, I think it's impossible to rely on scouting, especially when it comes to the upper echelons of Buddhism. It's also unrealistic to make friends with them. If we make friends with them, they won't know anything. If we make friends with them, they'll be on their guard. It could be a trap. After all these years, we haven't even figured out what the upper echelons of Taoism are doing, so how can we talk about Buddhism? I don't care where you go to gather spiritium, but if you keep wandering around Buddhism's domain, you'll eventually run into ghosts at night. Qing Xian asked, what do you mean? Lu Xiaoyi said firmly, we still have to walk the path of Taoism. This is the only path we can take. I don't believe that as one of the most powerful forces in the universe, the Daoist forces here don't know anything about Buddhism's true movements. Impossible. They must know. It's just that our current level is still one level away from this circle. If you have the time to waste in the universe, not to mention the high risk, you won't get anything out of it. You might as well cultivate the sect. At the very least, we're nascent soul cultivators now and have more contact with the perfected monarchs of the sects. There's bound to be opportunities. With their level of observation over a long period of time, the general trend of Buddhism can't be wrong. Qing Xian was silent for a while and finally nodded. He had attained nascent soul a few decades earlier than Lu Xiaoyi. In the past 100 years, he had been wandering in the universe and repeatedly came close to Buddhism's domain. Needless to say, it was thrilling. But what annoyed him was that after spending so much effort, there was no progress in scouting. This made him start to doubt his own strategy. After working hard for more than 100 years, he was somewhat unwilling to give up. It was difficult for him to walk out of this psychological circle. Today, with Lu Xiaoyi's advice, he was completely awakened. This was the advantage of having companions. They could look at the problem from another perspective and not walk the same path to the end. But there were mistakes. At least in the past 100 years of experience in the universe, there was no lack of spiritual opportunity. Finally, he did not neglect his cultivation. Chapter 967. We seem to have entered a misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoyi pondered and said, we naturally think that the two Buddhist sects in the upper realm of Juzian are the masterminds behind the scenes, just like how we thought that Taoism played a decisive role when we first came here. But what if it's not? What if it's someone else? Or maybe it's a joint action plan of Buddhist sects in many universes, and the two Buddhist sects in Juzian are just two of the more important ones? Qing Xian said coldly, to investigate the core secrets of the upper echelons, in normal times, we might not be able to know all of them even if we become perfected Lord. But now, the biggest event in the cultivation world is the change of era. As long as we perform well in our respective sects, it's not impossible for us to come into contact with these second-tier secret. Lu Xiaoyi sighed, let's try our best. What I'm worried about is that in the end, these two things will combine into one, then the cultivation world will be lively. Qing Xian was stunned and said dejectedly, you jinx. The possibility of this is very high. The two of them were speechless. He couldn't give any constructive advice about Qing Xian's injuries because the way he recovered from his injuries couldn't be replicated. As for the conventional methods, no one was better than Taoism, especially Taishuan's yellow in the middle, who had the roots of the three pure ones. In terms of how to heal himself, he was miles ahead of Lu Xiaoyi. It's a pity that you who can't mix in, his cultivation is not good enough, and Buddhism is the most sensitive to this kind of evil existence. Not to mention the level of Buddha, he can't even pass the level of Bodhisattva. Oh right, I haven't seen this guy for a long time, have you seen him recently? Qing Xian thought for a while, I saw him about 30 years ago. To be precise, he came to me and asked about your situation. After knowing that we've all become nascent souls, he was a little anxious and said that we don't have to look for him for the time being. He wants to find a way to go to the upper realm while the heavenly axiom is weak now. Lu Xiaoyi laughed, I don't understand how an existence like him can go to the upper realm. Qing Xian sneered, cats have their own cat ways, mice have their own rat ways, humans have their own human ways, and spirits have their own soul ways. Of course, they have their own ways. This guy hasn't been idle all these years. He's not as indifferent as he looks. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth. Calabash, there's something I don't know if I should say. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Tell me, is it about this you who? Do you think there's something fishy about this guy? Not as frank and straightforward as you appear to be. Qing Xian nodded. She was not surprised at all. With this swordsman's experience, it would be hard to fool him. It was hard to imagine how someone like him could master swordsmanship. For a soul body like you who, the reason it can exist is because of its tenacity. Ordinary people couldn't compare to the toughness of their soul and spirit. To be able to be subdued so effortlessly by the two of us, how could an existence who could rely on their mental strength to hold on have such weak willpower? How did he get to the heaven and earth chessboard? He had been vague all this time. I can't think of any other way to escape, especially in front of the sun god. It doesn't make sense that the two of us have to risk our lives to fight for a way out, but he can stay out of the three of us. After Yuaniing, I've become more sensitive to this kind of soul body. Maybe it's because of the uniqueness of the three pure ones' inheritance, but the Daoist inheritance here isn't bad either. Why did several perfected lords turn a blind eye to him when he came out? All these years, although you and I have had our ups and downs, on the whole, we've never been in real danger of our identities. When we were unknown, it was pardonable. No one paid attention to too small Jindan. But when we stood on the stage of Jindan and stood in the limelight, no one paid attention to our origins. Don't you think it's strange? Lu Xiaoyi sighed. I know what you mean. You don't doubt its sincerity when we first met, but you suspect that after it returned to Juzian, everything about it might have been controlled, or maybe it's in a state of limited freedom under surveillance. Qing Xian made a judgment. I think it was discovered as soon as it entered Juzian. Then, when the two of us were pulled into the chessboard of life and death, Ugu was singled out. There are two ways we can't judge. Was it directly spat out, or was it unknowingly peeked at? It seems that we didn't reveal our sects in the crack back then, did we? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Does it matter if it's spat out or not? If they can send people to the land of exile, how can they not know about the Blue Sky Great World? If they know about the Blue Sky Great World, how can they not know about the 5 rings? Who plays with swords in the Blue Sky 5 rings? Other than Shenyuan, who else? Who plays with swords? The 3 pure ones are supreme. Do you have any hidden treasures? So whether Ugu knows or not, and whether he spits it out or not, I'm afraid we can't hide our details. Personally, I think that his memory must have been unknowingly peeked at. The Yang spirit method wouldn't leave behind any evidence to make Ugu panic. It wouldn't be difficult for them to directly use the secret technique to search his soul, right? Then, they would let Ugu go and let the 3 of us work together. This is the trick that you Taoists like to play the most. Cast a long line to catch a big fish, and then use it at a critical moment. Do you dare say that the 3 pure ones don't do this when they encounter such a thing? Qing Xian glared at him. You speak as if Shenyuan is so innocent. It's not terrible that a swindler cheats, but it's terrible that a bandit cheats too. The question now is, why did they do this? What's their purpose? When will they pull in the net? Is there any other conspiracy? Has our secret spread? Or is it limited to the highest level? Anyway, I only know one thing. That white-browed guy from Xiaoyaro Travel will never forget the 2 of us. Both of them were thinking hard. These changes couldn't be felt when they were still Jindan. That was the difference in all aspects. Especially for this kind of Yang spirit level scheme, it was impossible to have the opportunity to be hit by a whim. However, the 2 of them had reached the nascent soul stage one after another, and their abilities had improved greatly in all aspects, especially in the aspect of mystery. The monarch could no longer suppress and deceive them absolutely. It was natural for them to realize where the problem was. After Lu Xiaoyi reached the nascent soul stage, he basically didn't dare to stay in Xiaoyaro Mountain. Qing Xian went to search for the secrets of Buddhism, but they were all floating in the universe. In fact, it was the same principle. They hadn't figured out how to deal with this fact. I think it's better for us to keep pretending like this, unless they take the initiative to reveal it. Lu Xiaoyi said word by word. He had already thought it through. It was impossible for them to run away. This was not in line with their character. It was also a complete denial of their 200 years. They could only continue to stay and look for a trace of opportunity in this ambiguity. Qing Xian agreed. It makes sense. Since they already know our origins, why do they still open the door for us everywhere? As for me, I haven't encountered any obstacles in Taishan all these years. It's as if there's always a pair of hands supporting me from behind. Vaguely, faintly discernible. It's the same for you. You even have the opportunity to lead a continent alone. Xiaoyaro really treats you well. So, what's the point of them doing this? In theory, the best way to deal with it is to be ordinary and ignore it, right? Chapter 968. Lu Xiaoyi smiled brightly. Have you ever considered what if they also want something from us? This is the simplest and most normal reasoning. Don't make things so complicated. In fact, the so-called cultivation world is nothing more than using each other. We have some value that they want to use us for. Qing Xian immediately understood. You're saying that they want to use the sect behind us? Or the power of the fifth ring? Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Why not? Is the power of the fifth ring something that the cultivation world of the universe can ignore? In the universe, even though the celestial Dew upper realm is much bigger, we all know that it is not difficult to destroy the celestial Dew upper realm. Of course, they won't see it that way. At most, they'll think that the fifth ring is on the same level as Juzian. This is where our value lies. If we're not good enough and can't affect the fifth ring, they can at least get 2 cultivators. If we can move the power behind us, it's a profit for them. They just have to pay some resources and techniques. We can't spread it out. It's a good deal, we won't lose out. Qing Xian's eyes lit up. The most important thing is that they have a reason to do this. The threat of the Buddhist. These old Taoists might have seen through some of the Buddhists' unsettling actions. They pretended to cooperate while secretly colluding with their opponent. Inviting wolves into the house. The 2 of us are the wolves. The future changes will depend on how much influence we can exert. If the Buddhists win in the end, Juzian and the other Taoists will be the victors. They're allies, so it's Juzian's victory. If we win at the fifth ring, Juzian's Taoists will still be the victors. This is a victory for the orthodoxy. It's a win-win situation. Brilliant, truly brilliant. 2 cobblers had put together a zhuge liang. Perhaps it was not comprehensive, and there were still some discrepancies in the details, but the 2 of them were the most outstanding golden core cultivators at the 5-ring level back then. Now, they were also the most outstanding nascent soul cultivators in Juzian. Their sensitivity, perception, and intuition were all extraordinary. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Why can't they just leak the Buddhists' plans to us? And then send us back? Bring some local specialties or something. Lu Xiaoyi joked. Qing Xian knew that he was joking, but it was more like he was explaining to her. With the entanglement of the heavenly Tao, how can many things be said clearly? The higher a cultivator's realm was, the more mysterious they would be, beating around the bush. He would never leave any trace for the heavenly Tao to blame. Especially now, before the change of the era, everyone would wipe their buttocks clean. They even had to put some perfume on their buttocks. Therefore, we must find the truth ourselves. Take the blame yourself. The 2 of them looked at each other speechlessly. They were the ones who barged in, so they couldn't blame others for taking the blame. This kind of thing was a tacit understanding. They had a tacit understanding to wait for time and slowly understand the truth. Then, when the truth was revealed, the mystery would be revealed. What's the point of going back now? If the Buddhists didn't do anything, what could a 5-ring cultivator do? This was the plan of the young gods of the Taoist school of Juzian. They did not stop it, did not support it, and did not keep it a secret. Let the situation develop, and then make their choice at the last moment. Bet on both sides. Lu Xiaoyi stood up. So, it's unnecessary for you to go to the Buddhist domain. What's the hurry? I understand now. I won't ask around in the future and will focus on cultivation. When I reach that level, I won't need you to listen. Naturally, there will be people who will pass on the information you want to hear through various means. Being a spy is the same as being a master. Seeing him walk out, Qing Xian shouted from behind, Calabash, I don't care what you do. But don't go too far with that sword vein you made yourself. I know what you Shenyuan people are like. No matter where you go, you'll raise a flag and rebel. And you call it equality in the name of Tao orthodoxy. Let me tell you, you have to know your priorities. Don't use your sword vein to affect the big picture. Lu Xiaoyi didn't even turn his head. To me, the sword vein is the big picture. Others? I don't care if they die. Their conversation with Qing Xian had established a psychological foundation for the two of them. Otherwise, the various matters of the Buddhist sect would be like a boulder pressing down on them, without a moment of peace. Actually, if you think about it more broadly, it's just a game, a stage. Everyone has to play their roles conscientiously on the stage. Don't overstep the rules, don't overstep the bounds. When the time comes, you'll definitely know what you need to know. Even if you don't want to know, you can't. As for who among the upper echelons knew their secret, it wasn't important. His guess was that it was limited to the small circle of young spirit. Because it wasn't time yet. After leaving Taishan, he had nowhere to go and nothing to do. He used to be as tired as a dog when he was in Jindan, but now that he had some free time, he was actually a bit bored. Yarrow Ying had already made the arrangements, and Huang Ting didn't have any other thoughts. He was too lazy to go to the Clear Immortal sect, and he wasn't interested in other places. It wasn't easy to fight either, so he felt uncomfortable all over. He could only return to carefree travel. Since he had thought everything through, he didn't feel any pressure when he met the people of carefree travel. He couldn't be any more natural, as if he had always been a member of carefree travel. When he returned to his pigsty, he couldn't compare to Daoist Three Purities, but he didn't care. There were two things he wanted to do when he returned to carefree travel. The first was to sort out the techniques and sword techniques of Carefree Mountain's Yuanying period and pick out some that he could use. He definitely wouldn't be able to use any techniques. He didn't lack any fundamental techniques. The Big Dipper scripture, the Constellation Treasure Mirror, the Five Elements Shift, and the Heavenly Heart stratagem were enough to keep him busy. There was no need for him to add any more. When it came to techniques, the more one cultivated them, the more one would feel that they all originated from the same source. The best method was to stick to one and supplement it with several. In this regard, he chose to trust in Xuanyuan's inner sword. Sword techniques. He needed to broaden his horizons. In truth, he couldn't directly use any of the sword techniques in his hands right now. He needed to change the style. Thus, what he meant by study was actually to observe the essence, thoughts, and concepts of the sword techniques. If he felt that they were good, he would think of a way to change them and incorporate them into his own system of sword techniques. Subsidies. This was something that he valued greatly. It would help him to use these small tricks in battle to achieve his goals. For example, how to use Daoist techniques to break through the barriers of the Buddha world, how to avoid being caught by Buddhist barriers, and how to avoid being contaminated by that annoying Buddhist energy when being attacked by Buddhist art. Wait a minute. There were dozens of Xiantian Daos in this world, and countless Hutian Daos. No one could become proficient in every single one of them, but one had to focus on the main areas. Right now, his main focus was on how to deal with Buddhist disciples. In this regard, the hundreds of thousands of years of Daoist experience was of utmost importance. It was much more comprehensive than if he were to stupidly think about it alone. Chapter 969. Secondly, he needed to settle down and study the uninvited guest in his Sparrow Palace, the fragment of the Great Void Tao. Yes, the Great Void fragment didn't disappear on its own, it was Lu Xiaoyi who captured it. Lu Xiaoyi, who had tried many different methods in the past, had no success in luring and deceiving. When the battle was fierce and he would rather destroy this fragment of the Great Tao than leave it to the enemy, he had taken a rash approach and directly slashed with the flying sword. Reality proved that the rules couldn't be cut. Therefore, he used the Sparrow God to wrap it up and succeeded. This thing was amenable to force but not persuasion. Was there a great Tao that refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? When the battle ended and he came back to his senses, he observed the thing in his Sparrow Palace again and realized that his so-called success was just capturing it and not merging it. Of course, he didn't want to merge it. He wasn't familiar with the Great Void and there was no need to work on it. There was only one way for a cultivator to get a fragment of the Carnate Tao, and that was to merge it. If you had comprehended the Great Void and were suitable for this Great Tao, you could use the Tao fusing fragment to take it away. Or rather, it couldn't be said to be taken away. Instead, it became a part of the Great Void's rules in the cultivator's sea of consciousness. Lu Xiaoyi really took it away. He couldn't merge it and wasn't willing to merge it. Therefore, the Great Void fragment existed in his Sparrow Palace in an independent way, just like a guest. Up until now, 4 great Taos had collapsed. There were some thought-provoking differences among them, such as morality and destiny. That was the Great Tao of Zenith Heaven, a Great Tao that everyone had and could be compatible with. It was a Great Tao that even mortals could accept, because as long as one was a human, they would definitely have some morality and some destiny. Because they were supremes, they were not picky about their audience. Thinking about it this way, when the 5 elements, time and cause and effect Great Taos collapsed, they should also descend to the world and the mortal world. The other carnate Taos didn't work because they chose people. Not only did they choose the realm, but they also chose the direction of the cultivator's Tao. If you didn't cultivate the Great Void Tao, why would the fragment choose you? It was the same for merits. Why was Lu Xiaoyi able to capture it? He thought about it for a long time and slowly figured out the problem. That was because his Sparrow God's Sea of Consciousness was in the form of a small universe. This was decided by the power of the small world when he recast it. Perhaps this thing didn't feel too much rejection here? Because when the small universe was formed, it contained the residual power of 30 innate Taos? That should be it. However, even if the Great Void fragment didn't reject it, the Great Tao didn't reject it, the owner of the Great Tao didn't intend to let the Great Tao. Therefore, it was a guess. That was the Great Void Tao, the Tao to the Taos to the Tao, the Tao, the Tao, the Tao, the Tao, the Tao, the Tao to the Tao, the Tao, the Tao. He it. But what made him vexed was that he had tried all along the way, but this evil tenant was stingy. Tao ts, Tao. Tao to the Tao. If you refuse a toast, then you'll have to drink a forfeit. Since it was in the Sparrow Palace, using the 7-ant sword spirit to bully it was very suitable. This tenant was very arrogant. He even fought back. Of course, this was a battle at the Tao realm level. 7-ant's invasion was like fire, the fragment would rather die than submit. Such a scene happened every day, and it had already become a daily occurrence. It was also during this routine that Lu Xiaoyi learned how to deal with the Great Void Tao. The fragment's Tao intent was extremely profound, but it wasn't as cunning as a human. While it was fiercely defending its own Tao intent, it also revealed its Tao intent completely. Lu Xiaoyi was thinking that using this method to familiarize himself with different Tao realms was also a good way. In the future, if other great Taos collapsed, he could find the fragments and come here. He could familiarize himself with the purest Great Tao concept for free. What could be more suitable than this? In the Carefree Mountain sect, he could deal with these troubles without worrying about being disturbed. This was a completely different concept compared to being in the universe with a string stretched taut all the time. He also needed some time to relax. At the same time, he could interact with the perfected and perfected cultivators of the Carefree Mountain sect. At the very least, he had to get familiar with them, right? The Carefree Mountain sect didn't have many perfected masters and perfected monarchs. Like other Daoist sects, when the Great Void Tao collapsed and the fragments scattered across the universe, it was time for them to set off. The Great Void Tao wasn't suitable for swordsmen, but it was very suitable for orthodox Taoists. It was so suitable that many Tao realm cultivators who were in the Great Void Tao realm rushed into the universe to search for their opportunities. Very few Great Void Tao realm cultivators would travel together in this search. If they really found it, whose opportunity would it be? They were all brothers and sisters. There was no balance. Therefore, usually, a Great Void Tao realm cultivator would find a few other Great Void Tao realm cultivators and explore the universe together. Under this kind of dragging, almost all the experts in the Yuanying perfected monarchs were dragged away. Perfected Master Jiao was troubled. There were 2 perfected masters in the Carefree Travel sect. One was perfected Master Xiao Jiao, who was Ka Wa. The other was her mother, perfected Master Da Jiao. She was an expert in the Tao of pills and was very popular in the Carefree Travel sect. Although she was almost 900 years old, time didn't leave any traces on her face. Instead, it added to her womanly charm. This was the specialty of Kuan cultivators, especially for a cultivator who was skilled in the Tao of pills. She wasn't in the Great Void Tao realm, but her daughter Ka-Wa was. Therefore, when the perfected masters went out to try their luck, Ka-Wa became one of them. For this reason, she spent a lot of effort to prepare the strongest team for her daughter to ensure her safety. She was very clear that her future was very limited. Her daughter was the continuation of her life. Therefore, she didn't hold back in helping her secretly. Ka-Wa had been out in the void of the universe for almost 10 years without any news. Only recently did a returning cultivator bring her accurate news. Ka-Wa and her group of 6 were heading towards the bottomless abyss cave. This made her very uneasy. The bottomless abyss cave was a very famous place in the surrounding dozens of universes. It wasn't a celestial phenomenon, but a place where a carnate spiritual treasure resided. Because of its own characteristics, it formed a place similar to a celestial phenomenon. However, in essence, this was an additional effect of the carnate spiritual treasure. This spiritual treasure had a characteristic that all the races and orthodoxies in the nearby universes understood. It was greedy. It almost wouldn't let go of any spiritual object that passed through the bottomless abyss cave's celestial phenomenon. It took collecting as a hobby and didn't care about raw or cooked objects. Its appetite was extremely good. Among them were great Tao fragments. Chapter 970. In the dozens of universes nearby, there were 3 most famous innate spiritual treasures. They were all in different states. The heaven and earth chessboard in the Juzian upper realm was one of them. It was a defensive spiritual treasure that belonged to the Juzian upper realm. It acted based on its instincts, and its intelligence was forever stuck at the state when the chaos was first created. Hence, it could be very high or very low. However, innate spiritual treasures existed forever. They were not something that humans could covet and possess. They could only be borrowed. Many middle-level and low-level cultivators thought that it was a Taoist item of some great cultivator. This was not accurate. It did not belong to anyone, only to the Juzian upper realm. Taiposhi was one of them. He wandered around and his state was uncertain. The other was the Cave of the Ruins of the End. This innate spiritual treasure called itself the Cave of the Ruins of the End, but it was a true innate spiritual treasure of the half-immortal realm. Its biggest hobby was to collect, even if it did not use it. However, the rules of the heavenly Tao allowed them to enter and not leave. Hence, every 500 years, the Cave of the Ruins of the End would be opened for a period of time, allowing all kinds of living beings to enter the Cave of the Ruins of the End to search for those strange things. The fragments of the Great Void Tao belonged to the category of being collected. This was because the Cave of the Ruins of the End was located in a special space. It was a very strategic airspace. In the words of the mortals, it was an important transportation route. It was also the route that all kinds of spiritual beings had to pass through. As long as they passed through, there was a high chance that they would be captured by the Cave of the Ruins of the End. Of course, it could be said that the capture was not very accurate. It could also be said that the Cave of the Ruins of the End had set up a complicated fishnet maze here, causing these strange beings to lose their sense of direction in this space and be kept here. No one knew how many fragments of the Great Void Tao there were. However, if they were to be distributed among the various universes, this number was relatively small. If a cultivator wanted to find such a small fragment in the vast universe, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Luck was the most important thing. No one could be sure of which universe and where they could find such a thing. Hence, the cultivator's approach was basically to gather spiritual energy and wander around, testing their luck. However, there was a place where fragments of the Great Void Tao definitely existed. That was the Cave of the Ruins of the End. A few years later, the opening period was just around the corner. Many cultivators had set their sights on this place, hoping to enter the Ruins of End's cave domain and find the great Tao fragments that were bound to exist. In this place, there was at least a definite goal, and not a pure competition of luck. Of course, in this place, there might be a competition of strength. This was what enlightened Master Jiao was worried about. At that time, a large number of Yuanying would enter the returning ruins cave to fight for the limited fragments. Competition was inevitable and life and death were certain. Ka would be in the middle of it all, so how could she guarantee that she would obtain a fragment? He might even lose his life inside. Most importantly, the bottomless ruin cave didn't just intercept void Grand Dao fragments, it would intercept other Grand Dao fragments as well. For example, the Virtue Grand Dao fragment from a few hundred years ago. In other words, not only did Taoists enter the ruins of End, there were also monks. The conflict between Taoists and Buddhists was restrained in the domain, but in the void of the universe, everyone was unscrupulous. In the bottomless ruin cave, even if they weren't fighting for the same thing, disputes were inevitable. This was even more fatal than the disputes between Taoists, because you couldn't even establish a friendship with your opponent. Ka was a stubborn person. As a mother, she knew her daughter's character very well. If she really entered the life and death winch, she would most likely be doomed. In the void of the universe, she could find strong helpers for her daughter, but in the bottomless ruin cave, she couldn't do so. As the bottomless ruin cave had a weird temper, it hated being disturbed the most. Therefore, only cultivators with suitable Dao realm were allowed to enter, and other helpers were rejected. In other words, only cultivators with great void Dao realm with merit had the right to enter. The 5 experienced Yuanying that she found could only wait outside the bottomless ruin cave for news. Zhenren still felt that she could only make a trip. It wasn't that she could enter, but she had to make use of her connections outside the bottomless ruin cave. She didn't only have connections in the Carefree Mountain, she also had connections in other Daoist sects in Juxian. Through the transfer of benefits, she might be able to find a few who were willing to give up their own needs and help Ka. This possibility was very small. What kind of benefits, what kind of elixir could make people give up the possibility of attaining Dao? Even though she knew the chances were slim, she was still willing to give it a try. What if there were really such people? In her life, she made and destroyed the Dao of Dan. She hadn't left the void of the universe for many years, and she was unfamiliar with the cruelty that she hadn't experienced for a long time. But now, she had to move forward alone. Because in the current Carefree Mountain, there weren't many powerful Yuanying who were willing to make this trip. After arranging the affairs at hand, Zhenren jumped out of the Qi layer and came to the void of the universe. She felt a sense of pride in her heart. Even if she hadn't come out for many years, the depth of the Dao of Dan couldn't be measured by ordinary people. She calmed herself down and stood on the conveyance light. Before she started, there was a breath approaching from the side. This made her very surprised. Was the universe so chaotic that there was an accident when she just left the Qi layer? Soon, a seemingly familiar Daoist appeared in her line of sight. He said politely, "I'm sorry. Zhenren, you're going on a long journey. I'm willing to escort you." Zhenren also remembered. This Zhenren was born in Little Lu and had some roots. He had some unclear connections with a certain great cultivator in the Carefree Mountain. He had caused a stir in the Jindan class. It could be said that he was one of the most outstanding Jindan cultivators in Juxian. However, Yuanying and Jindan were different. One was in the domain while the other was in the void of the universe. The difference was huge and their strength couldn't be compared. Jindan was powerful, so Yuanying was also powerful. This kind of argument didn't exist in the cultivation world. It seemed that this person hadn't been in the nascent soul realm for long. A few decades. He was a few decades later than his daughter. With this kind of experience, he was a complete newbie in the universe. Escort her? It was more like the other way around. But no matter what, this was a kind gesture. Ka treated him well. For him to step forward at this time, he could be considered to be a little responsible. His attitude was amiable. "Fellow Daoist Dan, you're too kind. Although the void is dangerous, I'm not unfamiliar with it. I'm not old yet, so how can I protect you? You're also in the Great Void Dao realm?" Lu Xiaoyi didn't want to explain too much. Even if he explained, it wouldn't be clear. Would that evil tenant just refuse to leave? Since he was already prepared to help, he had to have a reason to help. "Yes, I've also cultivated the Great Void Tao. I should be able to enter, right? I can even help senior apprentice sister Jo. Junrin Jo sighed. As expected, this person's motives weren't pure. Perhaps his intention to help Ka Wa was true, but it was probably more for her. The universe was vast. With her leading the way, a newbie like him wouldn't have to worry about losing his way. The human heart in the cultivation world was unpredictable. She had to be on guard. There were many great cultivators who spoke highly of themselves and looked dignified, but in reality, they were just putting on a false front. There were too many of them. She couldn't control the disgust in her heart, but her rationality told her that people like Junrin Jo were probably the ones who were truly motivated by benefits and would work hard for her daughter. Those with strong Tao hearts wouldn't even give her a chance. Chapter 971. Under enlightened Master Jo's lead, the two of them flew towards the depths of the universe. The Cave of the End of Ruins was 2 universes away from the Juzian Upper Realm. Fortunately, the universes here weren't too big, so they could arrive in about a year. However, if they carefully calculated the opening time of the Cave of the End of Ruins, they definitely wouldn't be able to arrive before it opened. This was also the reason why enlightened Master Jo hurriedly set off when she heard the news. Enlightened Master Jo had a small void ferry that was extremely fast. This was not something that every nascent soul cultivator could afford. One needed to have experience, wealth, and a long accumulation of nascent soul cultivators. However, these things were not a problem for Pil Dao cultivators. They were the wealthiest group of cultivators, and there was no other. It could barely squeeze 2 people in. They flew all the way. Lu Xiaoyi was in a good mood because he had a beauty with him. Since they were cultivators, of course, they should abandon those mortal thoughts. In the mortal world, if you were traveling with your friend's mother, you would be an elder and someone you should respect. However, in the cultivation world, a few hundred years of age difference wasn't a problem at all. Everyone was in the Yuanying realm, so they were of the same generation. It didn't matter if you were 1,000 years old or 500 years old, you couldn't still call each other uncle, auntie, or great-grandpa, great-grandpa. Only mortals would think this way. Lu Xiaoyi wasn't a mortal. Time didn't just make people old, it also made people younger. Enlightened Master Jo was very experienced in controlling the ferry. It seemed that she had spent a lot of time in the void of the universe when she was young. Relying on her fast speed and rich experience, many unnecessary troubles were avoided by her skillful handling skills. To her, the only purpose of this trip was to get to the Cave of the End of Ruins as soon as possible and then find one or more cultivators who were willing to give up the Great Tao fragment for benefits. Therefore, although she was a little disgusted by this guy who was using her as an excuse to repay a debt of gratitude, she had no choice but to put in some effort and pretend to be polite. Swordsman's path is the Great Void. This is very rare in the cultivation world. Junior apprentice brother Shan is young and promising. You really don't take the usual path. Lu Xiaoyi was very polite. Walking blindly is also a coincidence. Senior apprentice sister should also know that the choices on the path of cultivation are sometimes involuntary. How can there be a complete self? Daoist Master Jo guided him patiently. On the path of cultivation, the Tao of pills is the most important. This is the case for both low-level and high-level cultivators. I wonder what junior brother knows about the pills of the Yuanying stage? Lu Xiaoyi was, of course, confused. Does Yuanying still need to take drugs? Wasn't it something that Jade Purity and Z Purity could solve? I've always been ignorant in this aspect. Please don't laugh at me, senior martial sister. Daoist Master Jo appeared to be very patient. You are mistaken. Actually, Daoist Master Yuanying also needs pills. Otherwise, do you think there are so many Jade Purity Purple Purity pills in the universe for great cultivators to use? The most taboo thing for cultivators is to be biased. This is especially true for the sword vein. Pills are the great Tao, not poison. As long as you choose the right balance, it is extremely beneficial to a cultivator's cultivation. When I heard Ka Wa say that your cultivation is growing slowly, I guessed that it must be because you don't use pills. If you use pills properly, you will reach the peak of the Jindan stage at least 50 years earlier. There are countless possibilities that cannot be ignored. How about it? Are you interested in learning more about the pills of the Yuanying stage? The days passed under Daoist Master Zhou's conscious Tao of pills until Lu Xiaoyi finally understood that this Daoist master's true intention was to provide large amounts of Yuanying pills in exchange for him giving up on obtaining the Great Void Fragment and helping Ka War instead. This was a beautiful misunderstanding, but he was too lazy to explain. Those who were truly familiar with him knew that since he had already done it, there was no reason for him to back down. Moreover, to use external objects to tempt him, Lu Xiaoyi, this sort of thing had probably not appeared in the universe yet. As for his so-called Great Void Tao, there was no way to explain it. As for the Cave of the Ruins of the End, why is it restricted to Yuanying only? Can't perfected monarchs fuse with great Tao fragments? Lu Xiaoyi was bored and could only ask this question. There was a lot of information about these innate spiritual treasures in the Carefree Mountain sect's ancient records, but he did not have enough time to investigate. Daoist Master Zhou explained, the Cave of the Ruins of the End is really in the half-immortal realm, but you also know that in terms of ability, human cultivators have about half a realm of difference compared to spiritual treasures and ancient beasts of the same realm. If human perfected monarchs enter the space of the Ruins of the End, it is very difficult to completely control them. If more people enter, some restless ones will do something. The Cave of the Ruins of the End is a little stingy, it is most afraid of people doing something to its treasures, so it simply does not allow any perfected monarchs to enter. After hundreds of thousands of years, this rule has been formed, only Yuanying cultivators are allowed to enter, the rest are not welcomed. What kind of space is the Cave of the Ruins of the End? Is it a normal space in the universe, but separated by a boundary? Or is there something else? This was what Lu Xiaoyi was most concerned about. Daoist Master Zhou knew that this was because he rarely cared about these innate spiritual treasures. They usually appeared in the hands of new Yuanying cultivators. As for those old immortals, they had long understood this through their long life rings, so why would they ask such a childish question now? There is no fixed number. It is determined by the mood of the Cave of the Ruins of the End. There are fights over the space in the universe, and there are also games that change the scenery. The reason why the Cave of the True Monarch only allows Yuanying cultivators to enter is because Yuanying cultivators are more suitable for its control, unlike perfected monarchs, who can expose its tricks if they are not careful. What are the details? Lu Xiaoyi pursued. Daoist Master Zhou could only explain. For example, in one session, all the Yuanying cultivators who entered were implanted in a book world, suppressing their ability to be like mortals. Then, the ownership of the Great Tao fragments was decided based on the ranking of the imperial examinations. Another time, it turned everyone's minds into prehistoric beasts, allowing them to tear each other apart. The strongest and the most ruthless would win. There are many more, such as battlefields, low-level martial arts worlds, invading plants, and so on. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Isn't this a bit too much? What about the dignity of cultivators? Daoist Master Zhou sighed. But it didn't invite you. You were greedy and wanted to gain something from it, so it can't be blamed for deliberately humiliating those who entered. Under the rules of the heavenly Tao, innate spiritual treasures can't casually slaughter other creatures, and can't hide its collection forever. It also has a stingy personality, so during this process, it has to vent its anger, so that it can feel better. But it has nothing to do with cultivators killing each other, right? Lu Xiaoyi understood a bit. Daoist Master Zhou smiled bitterly. It's like this. There should be a limit, right? Outsiders have no way of knowing the exact balance, but in the most serious case, nearly half of the cultivators didn't come out. This is why I am worried about Ka War. Chapter 972. In less than a year, Daoist Master Zhou, who missed his daughter, rushed to the sky region where the Returning Ruins Cave was located. Because the Returning Ruins Cave was about to open, the density of cultivators in the surroundings had obviously increased. Groups of cultivators wandered around, occasionally fighting. Fortunately, it didn't become a large-scale battle. Perfected Master Jiao slowly got off the raft and looked at the young man who refused to accept the elixirs. She didn't know if this guy was really against elixirs or if he was deliberately rejecting her suggestion and insisting on fusing with the shard of Tao. But one thing was clear, this guy had no interest in her daughter, just like how Kawa didn't have any romantic feelings for him. With her rich life experience, she could even guess the reason. That was because the way this guy looked at her was not like how one would look at an elder. It was like he was looking at her naked. This was a pervert. Fortunately, her daughter didn't end up with this guy, otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause, sacrificing herself to get a helper for her daughter. This idea was too crazy, and she didn't think that this guy had enough ability to guarantee that he could help Kawa. He was useless, but it was a pity to abandon him. Last question. After entering the ultimate ruin cave, can cultivators still retain their original memories? If not, how can I distinguish Kawa? Can I consciously help her? Perfected Master Jiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. No matter if it was real or fake, at least on the surface, this guy knew what he should do. The biggest characteristic of the ultimate ruin cave is that it's not fixed. There doesn't seem to be a fixed pattern or a pattern of behavior. In order to be able to distinguish each other in the ultimate ruin, our method is like this. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head in his heart. He was not sure about anything. This was very difficult. He hated being controlled by others or being in a state where he lost part of himself, just like that time when he had his memory regressed. If he couldn't use what he learned to wield a sword, what was the point of cultivation? There was nothing he could do about it. Since he was already here, he couldn't not go in. He didn't know if he could influence the situation, but his own safety was still guaranteed. Not to mention the fact that nearly half of the cultivators had survived the cruelest time, even if there were only a few left, he was confident that he could protect himself. After getting off the raft, he saw Daoist Master Jiao wandering around, looking for familiar and possible Daoist helpers. He sighed in his heart. It really wasn't easy being a mother. Her child was already yuanying, but she still had to go through so much trouble. There was no point in thinking too much about it. The returning ruins cave had already been open for half a year. He might as well go in and take a look. The cave of the returning ruins had opened, but it also hadn't. The cultivators had been entering since half a year ago, one after another. This was also a characteristic of the cave of returning ruins. It was open and there was no one presiding over it. In a sense, it was more like a huge illusion. There was only one master of the illusory realm, Truth Cave. It hated humans who were obsessed with its collection the most. Unfortunately, the rules of heaven didn't allow it to keep its treasures. It had to open it regularly, so its malice wasn't completely without reason. Slowly, it became an ornament of its long life, a playtime to pass time and relieve its loneliness. It couldn't casually attack these humans, but if it could see them killing each other, it could always get a little satisfaction from it. How would the scene in the returning ruins cave appear? It was a mystery to the humans. Only it knew how to choose which scene to play with these humans. Pre-celestial spiritual treasures were the least imaginative among all intelligent creatures, because they didn't have a life. Without a life, without experiencing the world of mortals, it didn't have the messy thoughts of humans, those unimaginable situations and societies. However, it could clearly reproduce these in every illusory realm. This was the source of its irregular illusory realm. Although it didn't have the experience of human life and scenes, these humans did. Due to certain restrictions, it couldn't directly search the souls of the cultivators. This might also cause harm to the cultivators. However, with its ability as a half-immortal, it could easily see the past lives of the cultivators. Then, it chose a scene in the past lives of the cultivators that it thought was interesting and became the basis for its illusory realm. Therefore, there was no pattern. Before it opened the returning ruins cave, it didn't even know what kind of scene it was going to create this time. After the cultivators entered, it watched the past lives of the cultivators one by one, just like watching a short movie. Some of the movies were very boring, while some were very thrilling and exciting. If it found something that it was interested in, it would carefully copy it, making it the big show this time, and it couldn't stop enjoying it. In the beginning, it had no choice but to make such a choice. After all, there was no way it could come up with such complicated rules on its own, like the imperial examination system. However, as the number of times the Ultimate opened increased and the number of short films it watched increased, it realized that it could no longer live without this kind of feeling. It started to have an interest in the human world. Even if it couldn't experience it personally, it could still find joy in it through the past lives of the humans. Just like this time, the reason why it wasn't in a hurry to open the returning ruins cave was because it wanted to find a past that interested it in the past lives of the cultivators that entered. It had to be interesting, cruel, exciting, and different from the past. It was getting harder and harder to achieve this because it had experienced the vicissitudes of life for tens of thousands of years. Unless it lowered its standards, it wouldn't be easy to find a very novel life experience. Originally, it had already chosen a scene from the cultivators that were present. It was a little unsatisfactory, but at least it avoided repetition. However, the arrival of a human forced it to stop the construction of the illusory realm. To the numinous treasures, in theory, their will wouldn't change with humans. Since the birth of the universe, the numinous treasures race had been independent of the world. They never participated in the disputes between the various races and the orthodoxes, maintaining an eternal neutrality. This was in theory, but in reality, when other races of the same realm made a request, as long as it wasn't excessive, they would try their best to satisfy it. Even if they were neutral, they had to have neutral wisdom and couldn't be delusional. The person who came was an eminent monk, a half-immortal monk. He didn't make any requests, nor did he threaten or intimidate. He just came here as if he met an existence of the same realm by chance and stopped to ask for a cup of tea, discuss the great Tao, and lament about the changes in the cultivation world of the universe. The two of them reached a consensus. The great Tao collapsed, the heavenly Tao was flawed, and the upper realm was easy. There should be a balanced mechanism, a method of elimination, and not be as timid as before, fearing that the heavenly Tao would be dissatisfied if too many cultivators died. This was the sin of the heavenly Tao itself. Chapter 973. The monk did not say anything about the ruins of Sinkhole's illusory realm, but his arrival was a form of attitude. From history, Buddhists had more deaths than Taoists in the ruins of Sinkhole's illusory realm. This was in line with the strength comparison of the universe's cultivation world. Taoists were the first, Buddhists were the second. There was no reason for the first to suffer greater losses than the second. This was the wisdom of the numinous treasure race's eternal neutrality. They were very clear on how to achieve balance in this complicated cultivation world, and would never make a choice that deviated from the trend. But now, the trend didn't just change. Instead, it had become complicated. The monk's words implied that using those illusory methods that could not represent a cultivator's true strength to determine the ownership of the fragments was really against the principles of cultivators to defy the heavens. Therefore, it was best to rely on one's own ability, and not take the imperial examinations, play the battlefield, disguise as ancient beasts, and other boring methods. In view of Buddhists' more stoic nature, they were often at a disadvantage in those messy competitions, and could not compare to the variety of Taoists. Most of the 3,000 unorthodox groups came from Taoists. There were all kinds of schools, and they learned all kinds of things. But Buddhists were more specialized. If they were all placed in the mortal world and suppressed their own abilities, some Taoists would be like fish in water, while all the monks would be at a loss. The ruins of Sinkhole's cavern knew that it was definitely not the only carnate numinous treasure that the Buddhist monk had found. In countless universes, there were countless carnate acquired numinous treasures like it doing the same thing as it, coming into contact with human cultivators, providing them with an environment, embedding the numinous treasure race's eternal neutrality in the process of human growth, and the concept of education without discrimination, so as to protect the numinous treasure race's position in the immortal world's change. Buddhists were starting to exert their strength in various universes. First, through the operation of the numinous treasure, they supported Buddhism and suppressed Taoism without leaving a trace. At the very least, they had to change the situation of Buddhist disciples being at a disadvantage in the past. The ruins of Sinkhole's cavern was hesitating. It was not difficult to do what this monk wished for. In the past, most of those who entered the ruins of Sinkhole were Taoists, and there were not many monks. But this time was different. Although there were many Taoists in Taoism, there were not many Taoists in the Great Void Tao because there were too many Taoists to comprehend. In addition, there were those who felt that they were not strong enough, those who were arrogant and did not want to be manipulated, and some other reasons. Therefore, the Taoists who came this time were not as swarming as expected. On the other hand, the Buddhists had a limited number of Tao realm cultivators. The merit Tao had a revered status in the Buddhist monasteries. Nearly 50% of the Buddhists focused on this aspect. As such, the opening of the Sinkhole cave resulted in a rare tie between the Buddhist disciples and the Taoist disciples. They had the foundation to be evenly matched. How could he do it without leaving any traces? Since he would not offend this monk who was right in front of him, he would not offend the Taoist leader as well. This was a problem that tested its ability to balance. As for the setting, there was no need to choose anymore. It was a pure cosmic void form. Only in this way could the cultivator truly unleash their own abilities. It was a relief. This was also the first time it was in its original universe since it had its own ruins of End illusory realm. The only thing that needed to be considered was the issue of the rules. There were thousands of monks and Taoists. If they were to engage in a chaotic battle, there would be no way to control them. To a soul that would not even let go of the spiritual objects that floated past in the universe, the desire to control was the cornerstone of its character. It would not allow too many accidents. That would usually mean that it would suffer more losses. Ka and a few of the Carefree Travel sect disciples stood together. They were the first batch to enter the ruins of End. They had already waited for half a year and were not impatient. This was the temper of the ruins of End. It procrastinated and dawdled because it could not bear to part with its so-called treasures. There were a total of 5 people from the Carefree Travel sect who came here. It was not to say that the Carefree Travel sect only had 5 Yuanying Tao realm cultivators. It was just that only the 5 of them came. The rest had their own reasons. Most of them were ascetic cultivators who did not seek the will of the heavens and only believed in themselves. Around them, there were less than 100 Taoists from the upper realm of Juzian. There were those from the 7 upper sects and those from the 3,000 minor lands. Here, they naturally formed a circle. Although they did not know what would happen when the ruins of End was truly opened, they were still a group for now. They were not stupid and knew the meaning of grouping together. In theory, if they could establish a mechanism to recognize each other, they would have the foundation to cooperate. However, in the space of half-immortals, normal methods would not work at all. If they wanted to establish a deeper connection, they would face the problem of exposing their own core mystery. Who would trust others so easily? In the end, they were actually competitors. It would be better if they did not know each other when they made their moves. There would be no psychological pressure. Ka's expression was solemn. She did not have the so-called worries of her mother in her heart. The path of cultivation was full of thorns. How could there be absolute peace? She and the few old infants that her mother had asked to come out. In fact, they had come for the ruins of End from the very beginning. This was because she knew very well how rare it was to coincidentally encounter a fragment of the ruins of End in the vast universe. She was not the daughter of fate. Moreover, there was no fate now. Everyone was in control of themselves. Heaven's luck was no longer there. Since she had come to the void of the universe, her mother's restrictions were nothing to her. Hence, she came here and began her own struggle. She was not brainless. From the history of the ruins of End space, there had never been a time when it was decided through a real battle between cultivators. Basically, it was through some kind of illusion. It tested the cultivator's overall quality, adaptability, knowledge, and so on. She still had a chance to fight. If it was purely a battle of strength, she would not have come. She was very clear about her own ability. She was not that perverted. As they waited, they finally felt a change in the space. Everyone knew that it was about to begin. There are 12 branches of the heavenly stem. Each branch has its own great Tao. Taoism and Buddhism each have half. It is up to heaven's will to fight. There was a loud sound in the space. This was the rule of fighting for the fragment of the great Tao. Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Sai, Wu, Wei, Shin, Yu, Shu, Hai. The 12 branches opened at the same time. In other words, there were 12 spaces. Each space had a fragment of the great Tao to fight for. However, it was uncertain whether it was the Tao or the Great Void. The total number was fixed. 6 fragments of merit and 6 fragments of the Great Void. It was definitely not all that the ruins of En's cave had. However, if it was not willing to take them all out, others could not do anything to it. Cultivators could choose which branch to enter. There was half luck here. That was because one might not be able to find a suitable fragment of the Great Tao. The ruins of En's cave chose to enter 12 branches with the intention of dividing the crowd. Thousands of people would fight for the 12 fragments at the same time. A chaotic battle was unavoidable. Moreover, it was certain that after entering the space, the first thing that the cultivators would do was to fight against Taoism and Buddhism. To the ruins of En's cave, this was very difficult to control. Even if there was a half-immortal monk beside it, it was not willing to let the situation go completely out of control. Later on, the monk would just leave it here to clean up its mess. In a small area, a space with 100 people was very suitable. It could influence the overall situation. Chapter 974. P.S. Today is the last day of the double. Those who have tickets, please accept them. Ka sighed. She had no chance at all in such a way. No matter which of the 12 spaces she entered, there would be hundreds of opponents waiting for her. Not to mention the monks, they were natural enemies. Even her fellow Taoist companions, who would be willing to give up their own fated chance to help her. She couldn't open her mouth. She thought it would be the same as before, but she didn't expect the ruins of the End to adopt the most unskilled method, which was to draw a space and snatch it. 12 rays of light descended. Those were the entrances to the 12 spaces. How to enter was a test of the Daoist orthodoxy's style. Some forces chose to enter as a group, but they were the minority. The biggest advantage of doing so was that they could support each other during a fight and share weal and woe together. Their safety was guaranteed. However, the disadvantage was obvious. What if the great Tao fragment in this space was not what they needed? Or, if they were lucky enough to snatch the right to use the fragment, who would be the one to fuse it? Cultivators, after all, cultivated individually, not as a group. There was no reason to be modest at this time. Most of the cultivators chose to enter separately. The advantage was that they could do whatever they wanted. For the entire sect, there would be a time when they would encounter the fragment. They wouldn't have to fight to the death only to realize that their efforts were in vain. The downside was that they would be fighting alone and their safety would be worrying. However, for cultivators, this wasn't a big problem. Those who were able to reach this step weren't afraid of death. Those who were cowardly wouldn't come. Those who came had no regard for life or death. The few cultivators of the carefree travel sect looked at each other. There was no need for discussion. They could understand each other's intentions. There was no reason for them to gather and gamble. The orthodoxy of the carefree travel sect had always been free and independent. This was their tradition. Here, there was no distinction between men and women. No one should be taken care of. Ever since she stepped into the cultivation world, Ka understood this very well. Unfortunately, her mother didn't understand. Looking at the few senior brothers entering the rays of light, the other Juzyan Taoists did the same. They didn't choose to group up. However, Buddhism was the exact opposite. Almost all of them chose the 12 branches according to the nature of their sects. For example, the 10,000 Buddhas chose the sun, the ascetic Zen chose the ugly, and so on. This kind of unity could no longer be simply attributed to the style of the orthodoxy. It was more likely to be a kind of overall arrangement. It had to be said that this kind of arrangement was more effective. Although Ka was disappointed, it didn't mean that she would stop moving forward. It was impossible for her to find a team with fewer people to enter. This was because the cultivators were very smart. Everyone would choose the team with the least number of people when they entered. As a result, the number of people entering the 12 teams was basically the same. There was no one with more people, and no one with fewer people. In the end, she chose Celestial. While avoiding her fellow disciples from the Xiao Yaro sect, she chose this branch not because there were more people in this branch, but because she liked this name. Since she was just trying her luck, why not find someone she liked? She bumped into the ray of light. She felt nothing. Only the 12 rays of light in the sky were no longer there. Everything else, including the stars and meteorites in the sky, did not change at all. She understood that this was the ruins of End's cave's great magic power. It divided the sky in the real world into 12 different spaces. The ratio of each space to the real world was exactly the same. The advantage was that the space was big enough. It wouldn't feel crowded even if hundreds of Yuanying were to play in it. When she entered the celestial branch space, she didn't see any cultivators around her. This was also the reason why the space was big enough. She knew very well that the shard of the Great Tao would not appear quickly. Since it was a game, the cards would not be revealed too early. Otherwise, who would stay here to play? The ruins of End's cave had made it very clear. If the shard was taken, the space would be gone. Everyone knew very well what they were doing and whether they had a chance. She flew forward aimlessly. In such a harsh environment, what she wanted to see the most now was the whereabouts of people. Even if they were enemies, at least she would know what to do. No one knew how big the ruins of End's space was. Its size was determined by the will of the ruins of End's cave. Hence, what she could do now was to measure this space and know the distribution of the stars. She wanted to see if she could use it. After flying for a while, a few strong auras came from the front. The majestic Buddha's light shone brightly like a lamp in the dark night. Kawa did not hesitate. She turned around and ran. Not to mention that she was a Daoist with average combat power. Even a Daoist who was good at fighting would run first in such a situation. Cultivators were not afraid of death, but they were not courting death. The range of her spiritual perception was obviously not as wide as the monks. When she discovered the other party, the monks also discovered her. They immediately started their pursuit. Kawa could be considered to have wandered the universe for many years. Her escape and concealment techniques were not weak. Furthermore, her mother had put in a lot of effort in this aspect. She had almost spared no effort in throwing resources into it. Her equipment was considered very rich among cultivators of the same realm. Because it was a long-range spiritual perception search beyond the horizon, it was easier to escape in such a state. Kawa's response was simple and effective. When she passed by a small meteorite, she released a paper puppet from the back of the meteorite. At the same time, she lowered her body onto the meteorite and entered the state of breath control. The paper puppet was specially made for her by her mother. Its aura fluctuations were very similar to hers. It was a bait. After flying on its own for a period of time, it would self-destruct. At this time, she had already escaped in the opposite direction. This was a very clever escape tactic. She had not come here unprepared. No one who came here was a pure sheep. As expected, the monks fell for the trick. For this kind of pursuit beyond the horizon, escaping was common. It was not strange. Spiritual perception could help a cultivator reach far, but it also had its limitations. In a certain sense, each of the 6 senses was indispensable. Jiahua continued to wander around. She realized that she couldn't even do the simplest measurement of the size of the airspace here. There were always people she met, and she was always dodging, so there was no fixed direction. She extinguished this thought, and began to doubt the meaning of her coming here. Was she just there to make up the numbers? Most people like her had entered the space of the ultimate, right? Harboring dreams, trying to pick up a loophole. She had encountered several waves of Daoist cultivators. Some were alone, and some were in groups. She only hid in groups and let the solo cultivators go. It was impossible to detect every aura. Like a rat crossing the street, then the cultivators had lost the meaning of cultivation. The solo Taoists were much more polite to each other. There was no basis for fighting. There was no benefit, and it could not be quickly resolved. Instead, it would affect the state of the real battle. They often left after reporting the movements of the bodhisattvas of Buddhism in this space. It was also unrealistic to form a group. They could not work together outside, so how could they rely on strangers after entering? Chapter 975. There were two auras in front of her. She could vaguely sense the concept of the great void in them. This was a technique that cultivators had to use to search for the fragments of the great Tao. Only by expanding the concept could one find the traces of the fragments outside the range of one's eyes and consciousness. It was like a vibration wave. When the wave met the fragments of the great void realm, it would cause a resonance and sense each other. It was the same for the monks. For example, Ka discovered the Buddhist light of the monks. It was not that they were stupid and did not know how to hide it, but it was only through this method that they could search every space in a large area without missing anything. Just by relying on the human eye, even if there were 10,000 cultivators, they would not be able to find such a small thing. Ka did not plan to hide from these two auras. She was a little tired of this sneaky style. Moreover, there were two Taoists. If she could not beat them, she could at least run, right? The two Taoists were unfamiliar. One look and she could tell that they were not people from the upper realm of Juzian. Among the Taoists who came to the Ultimate Ruins Cave, there were some who were vaguely hostile to Juzian. Most of them were irrelevant. As long as they did not come from those hostile realms, it was basically a chance encounter. The two Taoists looked righteous. One of them walked towards her. "We are all from the same Tao lineage. We should help each other. Junior sister, you are alone and have no one to rely on. Why don't we work together so that we can take care of each other?" Ka cautiously retreated while releasing a smoke bomb. "My fellow disciples are waiting for me. Thank you for your kindness. I shall not disturb you." The Taoist in front was still approaching. "Junior sister, why do you keep us at arm's length? We are all from the same Tao lineage. Why would we harm you?" Ka decisively increased her speed. At the same time, she added a protective barrier to herself. As expected, in the next moment, the Taoist spell had already reached her. It was a dark elemental prickle. It hit the barrier with a bang. The Taoist laughed and said, "The people of Juzian are indeed very cautious." The two of them swarmed forward and began to attack together. Ka fought and retreated at the same time. She was still a little annoyed at her own carelessness, or maybe she was controlled by a kind of fluke. This kind of approach between strangers was actually a sign of bad intentions. If they really didn't have any bad intentions, they wouldn't even bother with you. They would just communicate with each other using their divine sense from afar. Why would they need to come closer? It was obvious that her identity had been seen through long ago. It was just that during the half year of waiting, she stood out from the crowd of cultivators in Juzian. If she had run away immediately, she would still have had a chance to escape. However, now that she was trapped in the spell's attack range, it was no longer possible for her to escape without hindrance. She had to defend and counterattack, so naturally, it was impossible for her to escape completely. Moreover, these two Taoists cooperated well. One of them attacked her directly, while the other kept blocking her with his enchantments, making it impossible for her to escape. What she didn't expect was that the first danger she encountered would come from a Taoist cultivator. This gave her a deeper understanding of the cruelty of the cultivation world. In this case, shouldn't everyone work together to deal with the Buddhists first? Although she was in a difficult situation, the spirit of a free and unfettered travel cultivator was relatively strong. There were no flaws in the use of spells. For a while, she could still fight and retreat at the same time. During this period, she met two passers-by, a monk and a Taoist. The Taoist chose to ignore them without hesitation because he felt that he had no choice. If he chose to help the woman, he might not succeed. Why would he hurt himself? He had no relatives or friends. Saving people was not in the cultivator's code of conduct. Even if he saved her, would the woman give the fragment to him? It was meaningless. He chose to help the two Taoists to fight 3 against 1, but he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. What if the remaining 2 attacked him after the battle? The selfishness and inexplicability of Taoism were reflected incisively and vividly here. Of course, the monk wouldn't come to save her. 2 people were chasing a Kuan cultivator. She used her weak body to seduce others' chivalrous integrity. This was a standard trap, very old-fashioned. When he went up, it would immediately become 3 against 1. He was very sure. In a difficult situation, Ka were escaped from the main attacking cultivator's various forbidden spells. When she saw an opportunity, she counterattacked. This was exactly her best skill, void crossing of cold. This was one of her few trump cards in spells. It was strange in that it was silent and strong in that it could break the Dharma body. As soon as the spell was cast, the small enchantment that had been hindering and delaying the harassing cultivator suddenly changed. The enchantment sharpened and penetrated the cultivator's body like a needle. At this moment, Ka finally understood how fragile she was in front of experienced cultivators. She thought that the strong attacker was the harasser. She thought that the harasser was the main attacker. The opportunity she saw was just deliberately revealed by others to lure her to make a move. When she made a move and her magic power was weak, the cultivator who had been using the small enchantment to harass her would immediately change from harassment to attack and succeed in one fell swoop. The magic was that it was not just a spell, but a direct conversion of the power of the enchantment. The advantage of this was that it could be done in an instant, leaving the opponent no time to react. The disadvantage was that it was not strong enough, so it was difficult to kill directly. Ka realized that she had become a funnel now. The consumption of her magic power instantly increased by several times. She could not attack, she could not defend, and she could not escape. Life and death were suddenly placed in front of her. With my ability, I am really lucky to have fallen to such a state now. Ka was very emotional. At this moment, she finally understood her mother. Ever since her mother cultivated the Tao of pills, she had never come to the void of the universe. This was not because she was afraid, but because she knew her own limitations. Everyone had something they were good at. There was no need to force herself to fight. Although this was indeed very cool and was the eternal mainstream, a red flower also needed a green leaf to set it off. Why couldn't she be willing to be a green leaf? Now that she finally understood, it seemed a little late. Thinking of her mother, she could not help but force out a drop of blood from her heart. This was something that her mother had specially instructed her to refine. She said that when she reached the cave of the end of the ruins, no matter what kind of illusion environment it was, she could rely on this to find someone she could rely on. She knew what her mother meant. She was afraid that she would not know who to trust after losing her own memory. With this drop of blood, she would be able to sense it. But now, her mind and memory were not affected at all. If she used this drop of blood, would she still be able to achieve her goal? No matter what, she had to use it. She had already disobeyed her mother's instructions for a long time. Now, this was the only thing she could do. She did not know if there would be another chance to serve her in the future. She stopped and no longer ran. If she was destined to wither, then let this moment be even more beautiful. Ka did not think about anything else. She also wanted to know if she could be like that lunatic when she fought with her life on the line and take other people's lives. The possibility was very small because she had too few chances to fight with her life on the line. It was so rare that she could not grasp the propriety and control the rhythm when she was fighting with her life on the line. She still had to try. Then, she saw a trace of light from the side. It came from afar and instantly filled her vision. Chapter 976. In Ka's eyes, the people who had to risk their lives to see if they could cause harm to the other party were like two puppets under the flying sword. When they saw the flying sword, the person who released the sword had already disappeared. When they saw the person who released the sword, the person who was stabbed by the flying sword had already died. The person and the sword were never in the same direction. It was as if they were separated from each other. You don't know where the sword came from, just like you don't know where the person went. Compared to her counterattack technique, would others consider blocking, intercepting, dodging, or resisting her technique? But the flying sword only gave people the feeling of life or death. The intensity of her battle was stretched too long while running, while the flying sword seemed to compress the potential of life to the extreme. It was just a moment of youth. In the 6 boxes of Heaven and Earth chessboard, she had seen this kind of sword technique, but that was in a different space of chess pieces. It was not as close as it was now. This made her once thought that although she was very strong, she could also do it in the future burst like a bubble under the current reality. This was not something that could be solved by thinking or practicing. It was the combination of all the factors she could think of. She finally understood that in front of everyone's different talents, hard work would pale in comparison. Moreover, she did not see this lunatic working harder. This guy, even in his dreams, was he thinking about how to kill people? The 2 once arrogant Taoists, under the flying sword, actually did not have the chance to attack her again, although they clearly knew that this woman could be the only weakness of this vicious person. Killing, in this guy's hands, had become an art. It was as if the death god was dancing. Then he stopped, with a sly smile on his face. Yo, senior sister's stomach has been stabbed, let me help you rub it. Kawa laughed and scolded, don't make fun of me, we are really looking for a meteorite, I may need a few hours to completely control my injuries. Lu Xiaoyi chose a small meteorite nearby. Kawa was still a little hesitant, isn't this place too close to the battlefield? There are still 2 bodies hanging there. Lu Xiaoyi said lightly, this place is the best. If anyone passes by here, they should hide far away. Save the trouble. If you don't hide, I don't mind hanging a few more corpses up there. Kawa sighed. If other people said this, she would think that they were just bragging. But this person was different. If he said it, he would really do it. Her injuries were not light, but if she had enough time and with the help of her mother's best yuanying pills, it would not be a big deal. What she needed to do was to repair her damaged meridians. If she was careless in this process, there would be repercussions. In the end, she didn't get the chance to put her life on the line. At the same time, she understood that she was probably not someone who would put her life on the line. Taking the initiative to fight for victory and passively fighting for survival were 2 different concepts. What she had done just now was no longer called risking her life, but seeking death, because she had already lost something in the unseen world. She did not regret it. Even if she returned empty-handed from the sinkhole, she had obtained something more important. She had recognized herself and understood her mother. I don't want to fight anymore. I like the Tao of Go and have some research on array formations. When I return, I will put more effort into this aspect. I can't be like you, fighting for your life in the universe. I'm not as lucky as you. Lu Xiaoyi laughed out loud. If his friend could unlock the shackles in her heart and find her true self, he wouldn't have made this trip in vain. As for the great Tao fragment, who could say for sure? Kawa would fight for it if she didn't fight for it. He was the opposite. He would not fight for it if he fought for it. No one was right or wrong. As long as it suited him, he would be happy. Hence, he went along with her. Senior sister, have you thought it through? Actually, I've long thought it through. I'll find a picturesque place to plant some flowers and grass, get married and have a bunch of children. What a beautiful life. It's something I've yearned for a long time. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time. Kawa interrupted him very seriously. You don't have to pretend to agree with me to reassure me. Plant flowers. Compost corpses with fertilizer. There's no better or worse direction, and everyone's quality of life is different. I don't think that being able to fight in the universe is better than staying in the sect to cultivate. It's the same the other way around. So, you don't have to say such nonsense to comfort me. You don't have to waste the flowers and grass. Lu Xiaoyi was very thick-skinned, so he didn't feel embarrassed at being exposed. While guarding Kawa to heal, he secretly checked the details of the battle just now. This was his habit. After every battle, he would reflect on himself, retrace the process of the battle, find out his shortcomings, and improve. He would also ponder on how to strike faster and more ferociously, and how to move in a more unpredictable and more abrupt manner. His battle prowess was also constantly improving under this kind of relentless research. However, he would not be complacent and stop moving forward just because he had smoothly killed 2 nascent soul cultivators. It hadn't even been 100 years since he reached the nascent soul stage. In the cultivation world, he was still considered a newcomer. This was especially evident in his cultivation. There was still a huge gap between him and a late Yuanian cultivator. This was something that couldn't be avoided. However, he also had an advantage. This advantage came from the fact that he was different from the rest since he was in Jin Dan. Although he had never competed with others before, the celestial pill he had back then was a first-class high-grade pill. It was also the reason why he was able to compete with experts of the same level with a lower cultivation. Now that he had reached the nascent soul stage, this advantage still existed. It didn't shrink, but instead expanded. When people talked about cultivation, they usually referred to the thickness, volume, and even purity of the cultivation. This was how the Dharma meridians referred to it. Because it occupied a mainstream position in the cultivation world, it was recognized by the cultivation world. However, in reality, there was another important indicator of cultivation, compression, and refinement. The thickness of the cultivation would determine the power of a cultivator's spells, the duration of their spells, recovery ability, and multiple control. These were all things that Dharma meridian cultivators valued and were highly respected. However, the compression and refinement of cultivation only determined one direction: explosive power. Explosive power, how much magic power could be released in a unit of time? This was the most important indicator of a swordsman's strength. This was especially true in the Shenyuan sword faction, where the inner sword faction was highly respected. There were even some extreme swordsmen who would shout the slogan of exploding everything in one go. That was to use all the magic power in the body the moment the sword was drawn. Only then would the flying sword be truly invincible. As for after that, who would care so much? The Dharma meridian cultivators wouldn't think of things this way. This was a different understanding of battle from different orthodoxies. Lu Xiaoyi naturally stood firmly on the side of the sword vein. To him, it didn't matter how long he could last in the battle. What was important was how quickly he could end the battle. The direction of his cultivation was also consciously or unconsciously leaning towards this direction. That was why he had this perverted nascent soul. Because of the abundance of celestial pills, he had spent several times more clear spirit chi than normal cultivators when he was forming his nascent soul. Furthermore, he had the Taipu ancient spirit that was completely connected to his heart. With such a huge amount of resources, the result was a 1-inch nascent soul that was much smaller than a normal 3-inch nascent soul. One could imagine how terrifying the compression and refinement of this 1-inch nascent soul was. Chapter 977. Lu Xiaoyi's cultivation wasn't worth mentioning among Yuanian cultivators. He was only at the early stage of Yuaniing. However, he could unleash the same amount of spiritual power that only late-stage Yuaniing cultivators could achieve. If coupled with his incomparably strong spiritual power, when he fought with others, he would be an old nascent soul stage cultivator after a few strikes. After a few strikes, he would become a normal nascent soul stage cultivator. After dozens of strikes, he would reveal his true form and become a rookie. Of course, by then, he would have already run far away. It was a very shameless way of fighting. It was to control the sword. This way of cultivation required an astronomical amount of spiritual power. Because it had to be compressed into the Yuanian cultivator's body, the spiritual power was denser and the loss was greater. Last time, when he went with Xia Bingji, she felt that it was enough for her to use for a few decades. However, to Lu Xiaoyi, it was only 10 years. This was a huge trap. It meant that he didn't have to worry about resources when he was in the Jindan stage. Instead, it appeared during the Yuaniing stage. This was also the reason why he had always rejected Zhenren Jia's offer of pills during the Yuaniing stage. Normally, pills were beneficial to the Yuaniing cultivator's body and could increase the speed of cultivation. Because the Yuaniing cultivator's body wouldn't be too refined, a small amount of impurities could be expelled during cultivation. However, it was completely different for his extremely compressed yuanying. It couldn't contain even a trace of impurities. Otherwise, if the density was too high, it would create cavities and cracks in the yuanying cultivator's body. In serious cases, it could even cause the yuanying cultivator's body to collapse. Only the purest yuanying cultivator's body could avoid this situation. Therefore, he wouldn't eat a single yuanying cultivator's pill. Freakish explosive power, freakish spirit, freakish swordsmanship, and freakish flying sword. This was the impression he left on others as soon as he started fighting. If he couldn't endure it, he would die. If he did, he would have already run away. With a relatively meager amount of energy, coupled with a terrifying outburst, it would be a disaster if he persisted. To him, increasing the amount of energy was a long process that required time. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to sharpen his axes faster, faster, and faster. This was the reason why he had to carefully review the battle after every battle. For example, killing those 2 yuanying had taken him 4 breaths of time. How could he reduce the time to 3 breaths? Were there any flaws in the combination of Tao realms? Can't you change the rhythm a little more? Was there any deviation in the timing? Which movement of the body was necessary, which was unnecessary, and so on. Battle required talent. Ka understood this point quite well. However, what was more important was a surging heart to kill. She simply didn't have the mentality of a hero who could kill tens of thousands of people. This was the real reason. There was no need to explain or nurture them. If everyone in the cultivation world had such an attitude, the cultivation world would be finished sooner or later. I'm fine. What are we going to do? After 3 hours, Ka had completely recovered. She suddenly realized a problem. Why can you enter the bottomless ruins cave? Don't tell me that your Tao realm is the great void after you reach nascent soul. I know very well that there is no great void Tao realm like you. It's not weak at all. Lu Xiaoyi fooled her. Senior sister, one look and I can tell that your Tao realm is not deep enough. The deepest love is hatred. The most illusory is reality. I'm already weak to a certain extent. Seeing Ka's unfriendly gaze, he laughed dryly. I cheated to get in. Ka was already immune to this person's strangeness. He even dared to cheat a half-immortal carnate spiritual treasure. What was in his heart? How did you know that I would come to the bottomless ruins cave? Is it because of my mother? Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Thankfully, Perfected Jiao prepared the sudden inspiration item. Otherwise, I might not have been able to make it here. This place is too big. It's too troublesome to find one person. Perfected Jiao is waiting for you outside. She told me to tell you that you have to listen to everything I say inside. Don't throw a tantrum or put on airs. Jiahua was dubious. Mother wouldn't say something like that. She would definitely give you great medicine in exchange for your help. Hey, since you don't need the Great Void Fragment, I won't force you. Can we get out? Lu Xiaoyi shook his head. The fragment doesn't belong to anyone, so this space won't be broken. There's no such thing as leaving halfway. Since we're here, we have to show our sincerity. Being casual will only attract attention. Therefore, senior sister, release your Great Void Tao realm. Let's go and try our luck. It'll save us the trouble of running away when we see people. Who knows? They might sense your aura and run away first. Ka didn't have any objections. This was the difference in confidence. Different cultivators would have different ways of doing things. She could only be careful along the way. In the end, she encountered a lot of trouble. Unlike this guy, who swaggered along the way, nothing happened. When you meet a hoodlum, the more you hide, the more trouble you'll cause. However, if you wander around the streets like a hoodlum, it'll be the other people's turn to avoid you. She didn't like being a hoodlum, but she had to admit that the way of hoodlums was also a way. Along the way, she finally understood how a hoodlum was cultivated. If you met someone who was guilty and ran away, there was no need to chase them. If you met someone who didn't run away, the hoodlum would definitely provoke them first. If you met a daoist, there were more ways to provoke them. You would approach them instantly, speak without restraint, be arrogant and overbearing. If you met a monk, you would directly attack with your sword. His hoodlum's 3 axes would generally cause people below 3 people to quickly retreat after suffering a great loss. After all, everyone was here to look for fragments, not to fight with a lunatic. After wandering around, everyone in this area knew that there was such a duo. There was such a sword lunatic who specialized in finding people to fight. There was even a subsidy at the back. Everyone suspected that this guy didn't have the Great Void Dao realm, because he didn't show any signs of it at all. However, this was the problem of the ruins of the end. They couldn't care less. If such a sword lunatic who probably didn't have any needs to fight with you, and his sword skills were abnormally terrifying, would you be willing? Hence, everyone avoided him. They didn't want to lower themselves to the same level as a lunatic. In this space, I only have one ear to shoulder. Lu Xiaoyi was proud of himself. Ka was speechless. The heavenly Tao was unfair. It was always more tolerant to the wicked. This was also the nature of humans. It was like this in the mortal world, and it was the same in the cultivation world. The key was that this kind of hooligan wasn't something that a person could pretend to be. Lu Xiaoyi was still bragging. How can there be a real hooligan in this world? It's all an act. It's just that for someone like me, it's more difficult to force out my good nature. I have to bleed and die. Can't do it. Then I'm a real hooligan. Ka sighed. This guy wasn't talking nonsense. Just by looking at how he had chosen people to go to the Shaking Shadow Festival, she knew that this was the nature of this person. What a hooligan, he still had some true temperament. She had always suspected that this guy had some ulterior motive and was harboring evil intentions. Now, this thought had faded. He could do whatever he wanted. It was unrealistic to expect a hooligan to be honest and abide by his own rules. Then again, you could not be a hooligan, but you had to know a hooligan. It was very beneficial. Much more useful than knowing some sanctimonious gentleman. Chapter 978. When the Great Tao fragment appeared, every cultivator within could sense it. Although they did not know its exact location, they were certain that it had been released by the ruins of the end. At this time, the number of people in the Chenji space was no longer the 100 people who had just entered. Instead, it was reduced to 60 or 70 people. Basically, it was a battle between Buddhists and Taoists. Lu Xiaoyi had also contributed a lot to it. The pace of the battle suddenly became much faster. All the cultivators expanded their Tao state to the maximum, hoping to find traces of the fragment. Until now, no one could confirm whether the fragment in the Chenji space was a merit fragment or a Great Void fragment. Everything was still unknown. At this time, there were fewer battles. Everyone was anxious to find the fragment and decide how to distribute it. Only then could there be a large-scale battle. It was not that one party would give up after the fragment was confirmed. In the cultivation world, this was impossible. For example, if the fragment was found to be a Great Void fragment, the monks would definitely come and cause trouble. If they could not get it, no one else could. In the end, the Daoist cultivators would fight among themselves for the fragment, and the Buddhist bodhisattvas would consciously hunt them down. That would be the real bloody moment. On the other hand, if it was a merit fragment, the Taoists would do the same. In the entire space, there was a group of headless flies circling around. Lu Xiaoyi reminded, "Senior sister, once I find the exact location of the fragment, I will go over. What you need to do is to move in the opposite direction. At this time, everyone will focus on the fragment. No one will pay attention to a delicate beauty. When there is a result, the space will shatter, and we will naturally leave." Ka nodded. She knew that he was right. Such a chaotic battlefield was most suitable for hooligans. She would not be of any use if she stayed here. You should be careful. Some dangers are actually due to arrogance. I don't need to say this. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I am in charge of this space. Without my permission, who dares to interfere in the distribution of the good stuff? Once the fragment appeared, it was quickly discovered by the cultivators who searched in all directions. Lu Xiaoyi was not there, but a Daoist cultivator passed by. He released his divine sense and shouted, There is a fragment in the direction of the asteroid. It is a merit fragment. This was the rhythm of summoning people to cause trouble. Lu Xiaoyi rushed towards the asteroid as if he had been injected with chicken blood, leaving behind Ka Wahu's side and retreated in the opposite direction. Without a rogue's heart, one would not be able to do rogue things. Lu Xiaoyi quickly rushed to the location where the shard had appeared. Along the way, there were monks and Taoists. The only difference was that the Taoists used their spells to obstruct him while the monks were focused on rushing. Lu Xiaoyi did not look for trouble with the monks. To him, the most important thing was to rush to the scene and find an opportunity to see if he could obtain this merit shard, just like how he obtained the Great Void Fragment. Although the merit shard was not very useful to him, it was still good to be a target for Qi Yi in the Sparrow God space. He could also annoy the Buddhists, killing two birds with one stone. His advantage lay in the fact that cultivators who truly wanted to fuse with the shards, regardless of whether they were monks or Taoists, would require a relatively quiet environment and a process. This was the normal process of fusing with the shards. It required digestion and absorption. He didn't need that. His method wasn't to fuse with the shards, but to plunder and swallow them whole. There was no process, so the chances were great. After flying for a short while, the front was already in a mess. This time, the monk's discipline was useless in front of the merit shard. There were many types of Buddhists. They came from different worlds, different monasteries, and different inheritances. The Buddhist ideology they believed in was no less than that of Taoists. When there were no benefits, they could still combine. Now that there was a merit shard, who would care if they were of the same Buddhist lineage? You can take it, but I can't. At the core, there were 20 to 30 monks in a tangle. Some were talking about Buddha, some were pretending to be Vajra. Outside, there were Taoists. They attacked when they were cold and harassed as much as they could. No one had enough space and time to fuse with the merit shard. The monks did not have any good ideas. If they chased, the Taoists would run away. They couldn't give up the shard that was so close to them just to kill them, right? If they didn't chase, these annoying Taoists would never stop. The same situation was probably happening in the other 11 ultimate spaces. It was just that the monks and Taoists were suffering. When Lu Xiaoyi arrived, he took the lead and rushed in. As the leader of the hoodlums, he had to take on the responsibility of a leader. There were bold Taoists following behind him. Although there weren't many of them, the 6 or 7 of them who only cared about causing trouble and did not seek profits had indeed brought endless trouble to the monk. He knew very well that this wouldn't last for long. The monks were not scattered sand after all. When they united again and made expelling the Taoists their top priority, it would be the moment they would be in trouble. Relatively speaking, there was not a single monk who came here. However, not every Daoist would come here. There were also many who were in the same situation as Ka Wa. They didn't care about the matter and just let it go. In terms of numbers, the monks had the absolute advantage. Lu Xiaoyi's goal of rushing in was only to find out the exact location of the shard. After rushing in twice, he left behind a mess. The situation had been ascertained, but Lu Xiaoyi was still pretending. Everyone. If we rush in again, I believe the monks will join hands. So after rushing in, don't look back. Run out together. Let's wait for them to fight among themselves. After a while, we will come back to care about them. The Taoists laughed. This was the right thing to do. Although they were causing trouble, they were just venting. They didn't want to die here. This time, the 10 or so Taoists worked together. They used restrictive spells to open up a path, threw enchantments randomly, used demonic beasts to charge forward, and used flying swords. Because this was the last time, they wanted to pierce through each other. Therefore, they pierced deeper than the previous 2 times. It was so deep that it was close to the floating merit shard. The monks were also in a difficult position. They had not yet organized. Some of them contributed, and some of them wanted to take advantage of the shard. They couldn't resist the sudden rush of the Taoist. Considering that these Taoists couldn't take away the merit shard, they could only pretend to be obedient and open a path. However, in this way, they might have to spend more effort to surround the shard. There was nothing they could do. In the cultivation world, how could it be easy to harvest? There were always countless flies buzzing around. The leader of the flies had already found a position. Under the cover of a dazzling spell technique, the peacock god disappeared in a flash. The next moment, the space trembled. Everyone was ejected to the space they were originally in. When they looked up, only 11 light pillars were still hanging in the air. The one that belonged to Chen Ji had already disappeared. A monk shouted, "True Lord Dawn, True Lord Dawn. The merit shard hasn't been combined. How can the space be removed?" Chapter 979. The monks who felt that it was unfair protested against it, but there were also some clever ones who would not be affected by such an accident. Some people tried to crash into the other light pillars with the hope that they would be able to get in. Wouldn't that be another chance? Of course, such a situation would not be allowed under normal circumstances. However, because of the arrival of the Buddhist monks, the Cave of the Ruins of the End had allowed them to enter again in order to reduce the number of cultivators. Wouldn't more cultivators die if they entered a few more times? For example, in the fight in the Chen Ji space, there were only about 60 to 70 cultivators who had entered. They did not achieve their goal at all. Therefore, they just watched as the cultivators continued to enter. Ka heard a voice saying, "Stay where you are." The hooligan had already entered another light pillar. Was he still not satisfied? Speaking of which, who took the Chen Ji space's merit fragment? This dead person did not even say a word. How worrying. Lu Xiaoyi entered the Yinji space again. He did not have any other intentions and chose randomly. He had to hurry up. In theory, if he wanted to fuse the fragments, he had to completely eliminate one side and suppress the other competitors of the same orthodoxy. This required a lot of time. However, he was afraid of accidents. In the cultivation world, Lu Xiaoyi was not the only one with special abilities. In a chaotic world, there were bound to be demons. The Yinji space was already in a mess. The momentum was even greater than that of the Chen Ji space. Lu Xiaoyi took a closer look and could not help but laugh out loud. This was still the merit fragment. The monks gathered into a group to protect the fragments. They argued with each other while dealing with the annoying Taoist flies. It was the same situation as the Chen Ji space, but there were more people and the battle was more intense. He was not alone. There were a few monks and a few Taoists who rushed in with him. The Taoists were very disappointed because they did not find a suitable fragment for themselves twice. However, the monks were very excited because they had gotten another chance. The Taoists' participation was welcomed by the Taoist Yuanying group. There were more flies. This was good news. However, the addition of these monks made the monks at the scene very dissatisfied. One monk reprimanded, "The competition in the Chen Ji space is over. Why are you still here to snatch food? My Buddha is merciful. Abstain from greed and lust. Hurry up and leave." The monk who had just entered was equally displeased. Since you can enter, then this is the law of the sinkhole space. The Great Tao fragment is an ownerless item, so what right do you have to say that it's yours? My Buddha is merciful. The bestowal of the Great Way should belong to those who are virtuous. How can there be such a thing as first come, first served? In the chaos, it was impossible for Lu Xiaoyi to instigate the Taoists to launch a group attack like last time. However, he could still take advantage of the chaos with his unpredictable escape skills. As long as there was chaos, there would be a place for him to use his skills. The good thing was that no one here knew about his background. A wasp had sneaked into a swarm of flies. In the Yinji space, the Taoists were slightly organized. There were two powerful Taoists whose origins were unknown. Under their organization, the Taoists' harassment seemed to be very organized. It was also because of the deep hatred between the two. They vented their anger at not being able to see the Great Void fragment on the monks. Lu Xiaoyi was obediently assigned to the different levels of attack. He took turns to attack. Some were the main attackers, while others were the backup. The Taoists were having fun. They took advantage of the monks' weakness of not being able to leave the merit fragment and gave them a good beating. There were very few deaths, and they did not pursue such an effect. This was because doing so would cause the monks to fight to the death. There was only one goal. Even if you had the merit realm, you would still not be able to obtain the fragment. Lu Xiaoyi hid in the Taoists' group. After 3 jumps, he had a rough idea of the fragment's location. On the 4th attack, he attacked a monk who was close to the fragment. At this time, the battlefield of dozens of people was extremely chaotic. Spells versus Dharma, enchantments versus the Buddhist kingdom. Light and shadow intertwined, and spiritual explosions occurred frequently. It was like a dazzling large-scale stage with dazzling sound and light effect. The Taoists shuttled back and forth, randomly picking the nearest monk. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoyi's 7 ant, which was originally very low-key, quietly came out of its scabbard. It blended into the large-scale sound and light combination and landed on a monk. The sound of Sanskrit suddenly appeared, and the vision of Tao disappeared. Heavenly flowers fell, unwilling to die. The monks nearby were furious. They could not figure out who attacked them in the chaos, so they could only rush out and attack the Taoists nearby. Lu Xiaoyi grasped the position and teleported to the vicinity of the fragment. Once the peacock god appeared, in Ka's eyes, the Inji space suddenly shattered, and a large group of people were thrown out. One of them just came out of the space and crashed into the Maoji space beside it. His heart was as clear as snow. Whenever this thing appeared, the space would shatter abnormally quickly. Even if he did not get the final fragment, the fragment's owner must be related to this thing. Wherever he went, he would bring disaster. However, she could not say it. She could only count at the side and see how many spaces this guy could bring disaster to in the end. She was very curious now. Curious as to where the fragments in the shattered spaces went. She was now outside, but she did not seem to see anyone who got the fragments. Was it a secret? Or was there some other inside story? Following Lu Xiaoyi's entry and exit, a large number of Taoists rushed in after the shattered spaces, and the number of Taoists gathered in the remaining spaces increase. The more people there were, the more chaotic the space became. The fragments would not have the chance to be easily merged in the space, and the battle scene became more and more intense. The easier it was for others to steal the chicken, Ka did not know about the others, so she could only keep an eye on Lu Xiaoyi. Almost every time he entered, the space would quickly shatter, and this proved her conjecture more and more. This guy, was he not afraid of eating too much? He must have some method to quickly obtain the fragment. Could it be that he really had a deep understanding of the Great Void Tao? Then, what about the merit fragments? Why were they the same? But there was something strange about this. She had already counted. This guy had entered and exited the space 6 times. Theoretically, he could have obtained 6 fragments at most. But now, the space had already shattered in 11 places. In other words, there were still 5 places that had been taken by others. The strange thing was that no one was willing to admit that they had obtained the fragment. Then, who had obtained the 5 fragments? A thought surfaced in Jiuhua's mind. It should be that there was someone as perverted as that guy who was fishing in troubled waters. But she did not know if this person was a Daoist or a Buddhist. This cultivation world was really scary. Perverts were everywhere. She was really lucky to be able to retreat wisely. She was very lucky to have met here. If she had met another pervert, she was afraid that she would have been a corpse hanging in the space by now, right? She wanted to find traces of this mysterious person, but with hundreds of people entering and exiting, how could she tell which one was the real wasp? Her intuition was that one of the 2 wasps should be bald. Chapter 980. Fellow Daoist, you seem to have lost control. The Buddhist monk could see clearly, but he could not act on his own accord. This was the rule, and also the respect he had to show his master. The bottomless abyss cave master also had a constipated expression. Its plan was very thorough. This method was also something it had learned from human cultivators in its previous life. It felt that it was very safe and could control it, but when it actually carried it out, it was completely different. because what it had learned was only superficial, the surface. Inside, the human heart was complicated, scheming against each other, deceiving and scheming. Who could teach it these things? Therefore, it seemed to be the same, but when it really started, it went astray. And among them, there were two pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. It was the source of all chaos and disorder. If it was in the past, if such two troublemakers appeared, it would definitely expel them from the bottomless abyss cave space, deprive them of their gains, and mark their memories. It would never allow such people to enter again. But this time, a part of the reason was actually because of the Buddhist monk beside it. If not for this monk, why would it choose such a scene? How could such a disorder appear in the illusion that it was most proficient in? The bottomless abyss cave really had complaints. Therefore, it might as well ignore it. In any case, it wanted to see how this monk would deal with the troublemakers. It could not be too obvious that he favored one and discriminated against the other, right? The monk chanted softly, Amitabha, it is not easy to choose between these two strange creatures. Should I deal with them together? Or should I let them go? Lord of the bottomless abyss, you are the master. Everything should be according to your wishes. The bottomless abyss cave master was filled with disdain. Humans were just like this. They clearly had a plan in their hearts, but they pretended to be innocent, making it seem like they were so just. If you are so just, don't come here. Monks were like this, Taoists were the same. Humans were such hypocrites, it had nothing to do with Daoist orthodoxy, he even had to give them a way out. Yes, I have been in the universe for a long time, and do not know much about the trifles of the mortal world. Why don't you make a decision? The monk declined several times, and seeing that the numinous treasure was about to lose its patience, he spoke up at the right time. These two people, with such a strange ability at their cultivation level, they must have a background. Although their actions were absurd, if one considered their roots, it seemed that they were not beyond redemption. It's better to give young people a chance when it comes to treating and saving people. It's not good to just kill them with a stick. The bottomless ruins cave was truly strange. Roots. Weren't there roots from the major sects and forces in the dozens of nearby universes? No matter how amazing he is, would he be worthy of our attention? The high monk shook his head and smiled. No. What can we see from his roots in the modern world? Why don't they look for their strongest past lives? Perhaps they might be able to find something. If there is indeed a powerful reincarnation memory, then it is an instinctive memory. It seems that it is excusable if it is a little overboard. Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth immediately understood what he meant. He was comparing his past life's achievement. Needless to say, this senior monk must know the origins of that bodhisattva. He must be the reincarnation of that bodhisattva. He did not know how many times he had reincarnated, but he must have reached a high level. That was why the suggestion was made. It meant that the bodhisattva's behavior was pardonable. It came from the instinct before reincarnation, so it was tolerable if the way he ate was unsightly. As for the Taoist, if he did not have a great background, then he was born evil and would be the target of punishment. It was very unreasonable. But it was not completely unreasonable. In the world of cultivation, ties were everywhere. It was very important to have a backer and a foothold. Although they rarely said so, they would definitely do so to form good karma and provide help for their own cultivation in the future. Even if there was no help, it was good that no one came to make trouble. Look at the strongest life. Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth hesitated. Of course, since you want to look at one's roots, what's the point of looking at an ordinary life? If you and I work together, we will be able to do this. Looking at past lives required ability. For example, Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth had been immersed in this Tao for countless years, but he could only observe the past lives of human cultivators randomly. It could be the previous life or the previous few lives. He could not observe everything after 9 lives. This was also the rule of the great Tao. The further away it was, the blurrier it would be. Under the rule of the heavenly Tao, the connection between the past life and the present life would become weaker and weaker. But Buddhism obviously had other strange techniques. What the senior monk said was to work together and choose the strongest life among the 9 lives to observe. That was the conclusion. All right, let's do as you say. Let's see what kind of domineering characters they were in their past lives. Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth agreed. It was not that he had to follow the senior monk's wishes. Both of them were half-immortals. Who was afraid of who? The key was this opportunity. As long as he watched it this time, he would be able to learn Buddhism's ability to choose past lives to watch. This would make it much more interesting to watch past lives. It had to be said that in the cultivation world, the ingenuity of humans was something that spiritual treasures could never compare to. Using this opportunity to learn a skill, this was a win-win deal. It was worth it. The 2 half-immortals did as they thought. One wanted to support Buddhism and destroy Tao, while the other had other requests. They hit it off immediately. The first choice was of course that bodhisattva, a bodhisattva who used special methods to seize the 5 fragments of the great Tao. Silently channeling a mystic technique, it was related to the secrets of reincarnation and 3 lives. Among the innumerable fragments, they chose the most glorious one. That was a famous senior monk, his whole body full of boundless Buddhist power. Though it was only in the illusion of their past lives, the 2 of them felt dizzy just looking at him. They knew that this was the highest tier of half-immortals, or 5th decay, or 2nd severance. He was a character that was only a step away from being ranked among the immortals. Because his aura was too strong, they could not look at him for long. They only took a glance, and the 2 of them had no choice but to withdraw from the observation, calming their own instability caused by excessive exhaustion. The senior monk smiled. What do you think, Lord of Abyss of Sinkhole? Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth was very rueful. As expected of the great virtue of Buddhism. This cultivation level is something that I can never catch up to, since he is the reincarnation of such a character, to say nothing of 5 fragments of the great Tao. Even if he took all 12 fragments, it would be a matter of course. The senior monk smiled slightly. This was all within his expectations. Then, let's take a look at this Daoist Yuanying. Abyss of Sinkhole waved his hand. There's no need, right? No matter how you compare, can you compare to this kind of great virtue that is already half a step into the ranks of immortals? I see that this person has the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat, with a crooked nose and slanted eyes, and he is not some good person. Let him spit out what he has eaten, and also teach him the rules of my origin deity tier. Not just anyone can mess around. But the senior monk was unwilling to give up. He wanted to show fairness. Looking at one but not the other, wouldn't that be leaving words for others to talk about in the future? Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Even ants have a fair chance. When we Buddhists do things, we never take advantage of our power to bully others. Fellow Daoist, why don't you take a look? Seeing the senior monk's insistence, Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth could only agree reluctantly. Wasn't it just seeking a so-called peace of mind? Treating it as if it did not know? Very hypocritical. The 2 of them silently channeled mystery again, invading 3 lives, but they had not thought that this Daoist's past was unusually simple, only having 2 previous lives. They were both very ordinary. Picking one of them whose aura appeared strange, in just an instant, the image was incredibly clear. There was nothing, only a sword. Abyss of Sinkholes Cave Truth's legs went soft, and he knelt on the spot, unable to speak. Did not dare to look. But the senior monk was still struggling, wanting to see clearly, only to feel that sword chopping down on his head, separated by 3 lifetimes and 3 lifetimes. The half-immortal senior monk gave a wail of grief, raising his head and collapsing, his aura completely gone. Chapter 981. The cave of the ruins of the end fell out of its previous life. It only felt its heart beating non-stop, as if it was about to jump out of its throat. Of course, it did not have a heart. It was just a feeling. It felt as if the god of death had passed by its throat. It was so close, but it did not have the strength to resist. It did not even have the heart to resist. It was a human immortal. No, it should be said that it was at least a human immortal. Its identity was special, and it still had the opportunity to come into contact with the lowest level of the immortal court, the human immortal level. In its long life, it had seen a human immortal a few times, but it could be killed just by looking at 3 lives. A human immortal could not do it. Moreover, it suspected that what they saw was not its previous life at all. Even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal could not kill a half-immortal instantly with the power of its previous life after its collapse, right? Unless, fortunately, it was self-aware and had the experience of seeing a human immortal. It admitted its mistake immediately and took the initiative to retreat. Otherwise, there would not be 1 corpse here, but 2. After a long while, it came back to its senses and looked at the unfathomable monk in front of it. Now, he had become a corpse without a sound. With just 1 slash, his soul was destroyed, and he could not even use the Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon. This was the slash of its previous life. If it was the current life, it could not imagine. Which great god was this? Was he really reincarnated? Or did he incarnate into the lower realm? Was he protecting his primordial spirit? It could not think of it, and it did not even dare to think about it. It was afraid that it would think of a terrible disaster. No one dared to slash a carnate spirit treasure, but this person was not human. Its so-called spirit treasure system was meaningless in front of such a person. Looking at the senior monk's corpse, it muttered, "You are also dead. I advised you not to look, but you refused to listen. You insisted on holding on to that hypocrisy. Now, the epitaph can be written, perished by a hypocritical glance. But I also have to thank you. Without your glance, wouldn't I have made a big mistake? Offending an existence that I can't afford to offend? I don't dare to erect a tombstone for you. I'm afraid of being targeted. At the very least, they should make do with a thin coffin. There are many void beasts in the universe. Take care of yourself. I'm afraid I can't help you much." He turned his attention back to the last unbridled space. He couldn't care less about it. He could do whatever he wanted. The only thing he had to do was to make sure that such a person wouldn't die in its territory. Absolutely not. Lu Xiaoyi was also in the Weiji space. This was also the last space. The great Tao fragment hadn't been fused by anyone yet. He didn't know much about what was going on outside, and he didn't realize that there was someone as abnormal as him. As soon as he came out, he immediately went in. He didn't stay outside at all. He was also racing against time to get more. In his opinion, it was normal for the fragments of other spaces to be merged with others. It was impossible for all 12 of them to be waiting for him. He was not that narcissistic. Now that he had gotten 6, he was very satisfied. Therefore, he was very relaxed. He came to the final battle scene of the Weiji space. This was a fragment of the Taishu space. It was surrounded by layers of Taoists. It was airtight. Because the other spaces were all broken, this was the last chance. Therefore, there were many people here. Not only were there Taoists with fantasies, but there were also monks who were holding their breath. There were hundreds of people each. It was a big scene. Although he was also one of the Taoist lineages, he came late and couldn't enter the core circle. The Taoists were guarding against him more seriously than the monks. It made him speechless. His devouring phoenix god was not a flying sword. It couldn't travel far and couldn't pass through layers of barriers. Therefore, he could only wander around the periphery of the Taoist circle, waiting for an opportunity. The periphery of the Taoist circle was a very awkward position. It was still far from the fragments of the Taishu space, but close to the monks outside. He couldn't get any benefits, but he had to fight first. It was very frustrating. As the ancestor of scheming people, he would never show his strength in such an environment. There was a time limit to his strength. He had also consumed a lot of energy after robbing 6 spaces. He was not that stupid to show his strength here. He was very calm. If there was an opportunity, he would attack. If there was no opportunity, he would give it up. After all, he was a fellow Taoist. There was no psychological barrier. If others attacked him, he would pretend to be polite. If others chased him, he would run away. He didn't stand out in the crowd because almost all the Taoists in the periphery had the same mentality. They couldn't fight to the death for the fellow Taoists inside, right? The benefits belonged to others. No one would be so stupid to risk their lives for themselves. Therefore, the Taoist circle was a loose one. When the monks gathered and rushed in, the Taoists in the periphery scattered and ran far away. They watched the Taoists in the core circle who wanted to take the benefits by themselves. When the core circle couldn't hold on anymore, they would rush in together. They wanted to see if they could take advantage of the situation. This cycle repeated over and over again, making choices in the greedy hearts of the people. The monks were much more scheming. They didn't want to occupy the space around the fragment. It was useless even if they did. They couldn't merge with the fragments either. They only had one goal, which was to devour the Taoists' strength gradually. It seemed that if the Taoists couldn't work together, it was possible that they would all die here. Compared to the current situation, there were nearly 300 monks and only 200 Taoists. The situation was very bad. The cultivators from the 7 great Tao sects of the Great Jew Immortal Upper Realm who were guarding the fragment were mainly cultivators from the 7 great Tao sects of the Great Jew Immortal Upper Realm. After all, they were the largest group of forces in the surrounding dozens of universes. However, when Lu Xiaoyi asked to join them, they ignored his request. One Ear's reputation was well known in the Jindan, Juxian, Jindan group. However, he was nothing in the Yuanying circle. This circle not only looked at strength, but also seniority. Lu Xiaoyi's strength had not been revealed yet, let alone his seniority. It was normal for them to reject him. Just because you were from Juxian, you were not qualified to get close to the fragment. That was good too. Lu Xiaoyi was naturally just a bystander outside and was not swayed by their crisis at all. If they really pulled him in, would he contribute or not? This chaos would continue for a long time. Firstly, there was the endless harassment from the Buddhist bodhisattvas. Secondly, there was disunity within the Taoists. Who would integrate was a big problem. The dozens of Taoists in the core circle were secretly using their yin force. In the end, they used their own strength. No one was willing to cooperate with the fragment. It was a tug-of-war. No one was able to gain an overwhelming advantage in the Great Void Realm. Each of them pulled their own set, and the result of the 10 or so donkeys pulling randomly was easy to imagine. However, Lu Xiaoyi was not concerned about this. He was observing a monk. A low-key but powerful monk. This monk did not stand out among the monks. He did not have any treasures protecting him, nor did he have the light of Buddha. When he attacked, there was no Buddhist kingdom. When he escaped, there was no Vajra following him. He was just an ordinary monk. He rarely attacked. He only attacked 3 times, but 3 Taoists died in his hand. In the storm of spells, no one knew who attacked. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew. This was because the monk used the Buddhist swastika. Qing Xian was injured by the swastika. This made him especially alert. Chapter 982. The Buddhist swastika was the symbol of the swastika. In Lu Xiaoyi's previous life, the swastika was the symbol of Buddhism while the swastika was the symbol of an evil empire. The swastika was one of the 32 signs of Buddha. This sign was called Shili Luo Chana, also known as the auspicious sea and cloud sign. Buddhism used the right as the right path. For example, one had to turn 3 times to the right to worship Buddha. The white hair between Buddha's eyebrows also turned to the right. Therefore, the swastika was the symbol of auspiciousness. The swastika represented the boundless power of Buddhism, extending in all directions endlessly saving and benefiting all living beings. The swastika was the heart sign of Buddha. It could also be seen as the symbol of the sacred sun or the sacred flame. It represented firmness, eternity, warding off evil and good luck. Those who could cultivate the swastika seal in Buddhism were all virtuous people who had the root of wisdom in Buddhism. It was not something that ordinary monks could master. The root of wisdom mentioned here could be understood as innate wisdom to a large extent. To put it bluntly, it was the reincarnation of a virtuous senior monk. According to Buddhism, one could only cultivate the swastika if they had reincarnated 3 times and served Buddha as usual. Just from this point alone, this monk was not simple. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi was very disdainful of those illusory reincarnations. He valued reality. This monk was able to injure Qing Xian, which meant that he was really capable. It was not only because of the swastika's indestructible ability, but also because of the monk's ability to attack, judgment of the situation, insight into the opponent, utilization of the environment, and so on. Once the attack succeeded, he would not stop. Clean and tidy, without any hesitation. This was a very powerful opponent. Qing Xian's injury was not unjustified. At this point, how to cause trouble and how to snatch the Taishu fragment was no longer important. The important thing was how to get rid of this monk. It was not easy because this monk did not only have the swastika to attack, he also had the swastika to defend himself. In other words, this monk had trained his body to become one of the 32 signs of Buddha. His entire body was a converged swastika. As long as he was willing, he could emit an unlimited amount of swastika light, as if Buddha had come to the world. However, this monk had never revealed it. He had always kept a low profile and restrained the scattered light. He was incomparably sturdy and stood eternally, surrounded by auspiciousness. In such a state, Lu Xiaoyi doubted whether his sneak attack would be able to break through the defense. If he used all of his strength to launch a shocking attack, he would definitely attract the attention of the other party. It would be very troublesome. The person who could defeat Qing Xian was not just for show. He, Lu Xiaoyi, also needed to be cautious when dealing with him. The group of Taoists were not all blind. Apart from Lu Xiaoyi, there were other Taoists who noticed that the monk was different from the rest. After all, he had attacked 3 times. To a nascent soul cultivator, it was impossible for him to escape their eyes. That's the Arhat. Everyone, be careful. Don't get imprinted by his swastika, a kind Yuanying reminded in a low voice. Arhat. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head and chuckled. In the world of cultivation, there were always busybodies who liked to spread such things. The so-called Arhat was actually a monk who had obtained the merit shard. They might have a breakthrough in their Tao state and their strength would increase greatly. Correspondingly, if there was a Arhat, there would also be a Daoist. For example, if there was a Arhat, there would be a Daoist. For example, if there was a Daoist, there would be a lot more shards in the future. What kind of a Daoist was that? Lu Xiaoyi complained in his heart. Instead of being a Daoist, why not be a Daoist? Daoist or Buddhist Daoist, both were fine. He was not picky. He was actually a little puzzled in his heart. The 12 spaces were not suitable in the context of fighting for the shards of the Great Tao. It was better to set up a simple arena and the winner would get the shard. For example, the ruins of the End's cave might have felt that the arena was too crude to show its level of half-immortal. Therefore, it came up with such a method of competition. It was very time-consuming. It was also very torturous. If he did not have a way to quickly collect the shards, when would the winner be decided in each space? To decide the ownership of the shards? It would probably be a bloody result. It was hard to say how many cultivators would survive. In this sense, he had saved the lives of all the other cultivators. Of course, others would not think so. In the last space, it would be a typical chaotic battle. Unless one side was completely eliminated, there would be an internal battle after the external battle. In the end, there would only be one person left. In order to preserve more seeds for the cultivation world, he was willing to work harder. However, with this monk who was playing with swastikas, he was not sure if he could successfully snatch the shards under his nose. To snatch the shards, he had to use the divine bird. If he used the divine bird, he would not be able to use his flying sword. In such a complicated environment, what did it mean if he, a thin-skinned swordsman, could not use his flying sword? Usually, he did not need to think so much because using the divine bird was not his main fighting style. However, he could not do it now. Even if he only used the divine bird for a short moment, with the monk with swastikas around, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only wait. Wait for a good opportunity. Wait for the monk to be entangled with others, or leave for a short time, or something else. During this period, the deaths of the cultivators on both sides were not something he could take care of. Therefore, he did not have any psychological pressure. Since he started cultivating, his heart was as hard as stone. As someone who had reached the level of the Yuanying Bodhisattva, he was very clear about what he should do and what he should not do, including the choice between life and death. Waiting was a kind of torture, but a good sneaky person had to have such qualities. The monk, Yihang, was also waiting, but his method was different. He knew about the existence of the swordsman. It was not someone who told him, but he saw it with his own eyes. He had obtained 5 shards of the Great Tao, but it did not mean that he had only entered 5 spaces. In fact, he had entered 6 spaces. In the last space, he was a little late, and the swordsman was faster than him. Therefore, he knew that there was such an existence in Taoism who had the same ability as him and could instantly snatch the shard. Perhaps the nature of the ability was different, but the effect was the same. The last chance he could find to deal with the swordsman was in the last space. While the swordsman was attacking, he secretly placed a seal on his body. It was not difficult to do this in a chaotic battle between hundreds of people. However, his problem was that he could not only achieve his goal by himself, but also had to help the Buddhist disciples gain an overwhelming advantage over the Taoists in this feast of slaughter. This was the reason why he was sent here. Otherwise, with the situation where he had already fused with the shards of virtue, there was no need for him to come here. The only thing he could do was to help the Buddhist disciples kill the most troublesome Taoists. However, he also deliberately reduced his attacks and pretended that he did not notice the swordsman, hoping that the swordsman would act rashly. Both of them were waiting and enduring, hoping that the other would be the one to make the first move. Their target was not the shards, but each other. How could an otherworldly item be as good as a sneaky person? Chapter 983. Monk Yihang's swastika seal was very different from a normal bodhisattva's dharma. It was cast silently, and it did not pursue the shocking sound and light effects of most dharma. It was very fast, and there was no need to prepare for the accumulation of power. Most importantly, the swastika's ability to infect was very strong. When the swastika entered the body, the light of Buddha would flourish in the cultivator's body. Just like Lu Xiaoyi's flying sword, it looked ordinary and simple. Once it entered the body, the sword aura would wreak havoc. This was something that every cultivator who was proud of being a yin cultivator pursued tirelessly. Just like Qing Xian, whose 3 pristines were already the top in the cultivation world, it could not be completely removed after a few years of being hit by the swastika. This was the foundation of the 3 pristines. If it was other Taoism, one could imagine, especially for a Taoism like Sword Vein, which was slightly inferior to orthodox Taoism in terms of cultivation. Once it was hit by the swastika, it would not be long before it lost its ability to fight. The swastika was not known for its destructive, penetrative, or destructive power. However, its danger was that after being hit by the swastika, the cultivator would instantly form a Dharma world in his secret. He would become a little light figure that was emitting light of Buddha. No matter how profound his Taoism was, how much could he use? Destroying a Daoist's foundation through this was a very targeted method that was most suitable for beating up a Daoist. Lu Xiaoyi was very clear about this, so was Monk Yihang. However, both of them pretended to be ignorant. This was the nature of a sneaky person. The monks once again broke through the Taoists' defense circle. Their advantage in numbers was getting bigger and bigger. It was so big that Lu Xiaoyi became very passive in this wait. He realized that he could not keep waiting. When there were only a few Taoists left, his body would be full of iron. How could he withstand a few hits from the monks? The change in the general situation put him in a disadvantageous situation. Moreover, the monk seemed to be very stable. He did not give him any chance to sneak an attack. During the attack, he hid within the group of monks and did not stand out. He also did not really go deep into the core to take the shard. He could only change it himself. However, this required the cooperation of the Taoists. He was not qualified to command these Taoists. He could not even make suggestions. What he hoped for was that these Taoists would make some kind of choice. They had to make a choice. Under the situation where the number of Taoists was decreasing, no one would be able to obtain it if they continued to dawdle, and he had to pay with his life. They had to send someone to retrieve the shard. With the current number of Taoists, they could still barely maintain the defense. If there were even fewer people, even if they sent someone to retrieve the shard, they wouldn't have enough time to remain undisturbed. No one who could cultivate to the level of Yuanying was mediocre. Every Daoist was well aware of the direction of the battle. Now that the battle had reached this stage, it was no longer possible for them to take advantage of the situation. With hundreds of monks staring at them, the moment they bent down, they would immediately become the target of a group of monks. The Taoists quickly reached a consensus and recommended a Daoist to fuse with the shard, while the others would cover for him. The selection of candidates had nothing to do with their strength, reputation, or background. It was all about their wealth. A Daoist from Juxian's Qing Wei immortal sect was very rich and overbearing. He promised everyone who covered for him would be rewarded with 50 strands of pure jade spiritual essence. Once such a big move was made, most of the Taoists immediately responded. With spiritual essence and no need to fight endlessly, this was the best choice for the group of Taoist. Lu Xiaoyi was prepared to make the first move. Because only by making the first move, the monk would follow. He wasn't sure if the monk would take the risk after the Taoists had decided on the candidate to fuse with the shard. To him, this was a rare opportunity in the ultimate. If he missed this opportunity, where would he find the monk again? If they were to fight in the universe, the flaw in his cultivation might not guarantee that he would be able to defeat the monk. He believed that his ability to adapt in a chaotic situation was unparalleled. The Taoists had already started to set up their defense. Lu Xiaoyi was also prepared to approach. At this moment, a divine sense was transmitted to him. I reckon that among these people, there are others like you who can quickly retrieve the shard. But I don't know if he's a Daoist or a Buddha. You have to be careful, don't get tricked. This was Ka's divine sense. In the end, she still decided to come in because she wasn't sure if this daring guy knew about the existence of such a person. She needed to remind him that this was the only thing she could do. By the time the divine sense was transmitted, the person had already escaped to find a place to hide until the battle was over. Lu Xiaoyi stopped what he was doing. When Ka said this, he immediately knew that the other person who could instantly retrieve the shard was very likely this monk. This was his intuition and also his judgment. With this information, he knew that the monk would definitely take the risk, because he wouldn't allow the Taoists to obtain the shard. Especially in the current situation where the Buddhists were strong, there was no need for him to take the risk. He could continue to wait quietly for the monk to make his move. Senior sister's news came at the right time. The choice was thrown to Yi Hang. According to his judgment, this greedy swordsman would definitely not let go of the shard. As long as the swordsman made a move to snatch it, he would place a seal behind him. However, the swordsman seemed to have no intention of doing so. He only wandered around the periphery leisurely, as if he was watching a show. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, the shard would be taken away by one of the Taoists and this battle would lose its meaning. He had obtained 5 shards, but the swordsman might have obtained 6. He couldn't tolerate such a failure. Since he couldn't win with a scheme, he would use an open scheme. The monk beside him said, "Buddha is merciful, let the sky be cleansed. Now that the number of Buddhists and Taoists has almost doubled, let's go all out this time and try to defeat them completely." The monk beside him nodded. It was time. If they delayed any longer, the shard would be taken away. Their current strength was enough for them to make a comprehensive breakthrough and chase away the Taoists who were surrounding the shard. The Taoists were setting up their defenses while the monks were organizing their attacks. The atmosphere became tense as everyone knew that the outcome was about to be revealed. Lu Xiaoyi also joined the group of Taoists. It wasn't appropriate for him to stay outside as he wouldn't be able to make a move if there were any changes. He could only blend in with the crowd and keep an eye on the monk. The preparation was very fast. No one wanted to delay any longer. The Buddha's light opened up the path and the Buddha's voice lingered in the air. Various forms of Dharma appeared in the sky, including bodhisattvas, Buddhas, and Vajras. The Taoists didn't show any signs of weakness either. Countless enchantments rose and various formations were densely packed. Monsters shook their heads and wagged their tails, while spiritual birds flapped their wings and soared high. As the path of Taishu was rarely cultivated by those with the body and spirit meridians, the Taoists who stayed here were more unified. Basically, all of them were orthodox Taoists. This was very beneficial in terms of coordination. 3 gigantic Buddha forms crashed into the enchantments of the Taoists. Behind them were countless Vajras. Demons subduing Buddhist weapons flew everywhere. It was as if an army of monks was marching. Under the intense collision, the two parties finally engaged in a head-on battle. Chapter 984. Lu Xiaoyi was not of much use in a battle of spells. He was a mobile player, not a stationary cannon. Hence, he retreated as he fought. He was not the only one who did this. In the midst of the battle, the Taoists did not have a backbone. Hence, no one came to criticize them and let them defend their position. In a battle of space, as long as there were people who dared to die, it would be difficult for there to be an unbreakable wall. Now, the core circle was mainly protected by enchantments. The items within the enchantments were destroyed under the aggressive attacks of the monks. The Taoists stood up again and were destroyed again. In this cycle, the monks pointed their weapons at the core circle. The Taoists who were scattered had 2 choices. They could either scatter to both sides to avoid the attack of the monks, or they could retreat and join their comrades behind them to continue resisting. Everyone had their own choices. Those who ran to both sides were not as timid as mice. This was related to everyone's specialties. For example, there were those who continued to fight even if they scattered to both sides. There were also those who retreated to defend but did not do anything. The defensive circle of the Taoists was shrinking. To the defending Taoists, it was their duty to do their best. Risking their lives was a little too much. 50 strands of yuanying, even if there was an overflow of people, it would not be so cheap. When 2 armies faced each other, momentum was the most important. One attacking and one defending, one group and one group. One was organized and the other was too unorganized. The final result was expected. Even the Daoist who paid a high price could not sit still. He had not completely fused and tamed the Taishu fragment. The impact of the fierce battle was right in front of him. No matter how determined he would not be able to remain calm in such a situation, let alone comprehend the Taishu Dao. His emotions were in a mess. It was useless to do anything. He was also decisive. He stood up and joined the last defensive formation. At this moment, there were less than 30 Taoists in the core circle. They were on the verge of collapse. Lu Xiaoyi was the last few to retreat. He could reach the Taishu fragment in a flash, but he could not do so now. He could not snatch the fragment in front of his fellow Taoists. Gossip was a fearful thing. He did not care, but Xiao Yarrow you might become the target of public criticism. Stealing without attracting attention in the midst of chaos and stealing in the open were 2 different concepts. At the same time, he wasn't sure if the monk's swastika would follow him when he made his move. This monk had always been at the front line of the monastic community, maintaining a subtle distance from him so that he did not dare to act rashly. What he wanted to bet on was the chaos that would ensue when the Daoist sect's defenses collapsed at the last moment, causing everyone to scatter and the monks to rush forward. The change was instantaneous. One of the Taoists could not withstand the huge psychological pressure and left first, which immediately caused a series of chain reactions. The Tao formation collapsed, and the people scattered in all directions. The monks swarmed in. Lu Xiaoyi and a few other Taoists escaped from the fragments, and when they were within the range of the peacock god moved and an unknown force was shot out. At the same time, Monk Yihang took a step forward and sent a dark swastika towards the fragment. Both of them were aiming for the fragments. This was just an illusion from a moment ago. A moment later, tens of thousands of rays of sword light suddenly bloomed and merged into a single sword, and its target was none other than Huang Nian. The peacock god had indeed appeared, but it was a fake one. At such a crucial moment, how could Lu Xiaoyi ignore his own safety and his powerful opponent and care about the external objects that he already had? At the same time that the sword light bloomed, a swastika rose from the bottom of Huang Nian's feet and spun rapidly upwards along his body. As it spun to the right, it seemed to carry a lifetime of Buddhist power. When it spun out from the top of his head, the suction force caused the surrounding space to become unstable and collapse. The dark swastika had indeed appeared, but it was an illusory one. Other than its appearance being the same as a real one, everything else was illusory. Yi Hang's goal was the same as Lu Xiaoyi's, to target the person and not the object. The swastika wheel and the combined sword collided right next to the fragment, and a stifling sound of thunder resounded. It was the collision of the Daoist and Buddhist powers that had been compressed to the extreme. The sword was destroyed and the wheel was destroyed. Under the combined effect of the surging Daoist and Buddhist powers, the Taishu fragment flashed uncontrollably and flew out of the battle, disappearing into the deep void. Lu Xiaoyi's reaction was extremely fast. As soon as the fragment flew out, he began to move. He continuously pulled the stars with the greatest intensity to supplement his speed with the 5 elements shift. He knew very well that he had lost the opportunity to kill the monk. Now that the Daoist's power was scattered and he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, he was at a disadvantage in terms of the number of people. Under the encirclement of the monks, how long could he wield his 3 axes? Since he couldn't get rid of the main target, he had to get rid of the secondary target. Therefore, he kept a close watch on the fragment. Although it flew fast, it couldn't escape the lock of his divine sense. Yi Hang's reaction wasn't slow either. He used the pure Yuanying stage teleportation technique. On the lotus throne, he flashed frequently without leaving a trace. Every time he teleported, he would travel about 100 miles. This was almost the limit of a bodhisattva. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than teleportation. This was determined by the rules. One was continuous movement in the space, the other was taking a shortcut from another space. They couldn't be compared. However, there was one thing that teleportation couldn't be compared to teleportation. Teleportation would never lose track of the target, as long as you could keep up. However, there was a huge problem with teleportation. When the end of the teleportation appeared, the cultivator had to redefine the position of the target. This was to prevent himself from going astray. Although the time limit of this divine sense was very short, it had a huge impact on the cultivator's movement. It was considered a discontinuous movement. The most terrible thing was that if one used teleportation to chase after the enemy, one had to consider the enemy's counterattack. Once the cultivator came out of the teleportation state, there would be a period of time of absent-mindedness. No matter how brilliant the cultivator was, he couldn't avoid it. It could only be said that it was infinitely reduced. If he was caught by the flying sword as soon as he appeared, he would die in vain. Therefore, Yi Hang's maximum teleportation distance was around 100 miles. However, he didn't dare to maintain the rhythm of teleportation at 100 miles. He could only teleport at 100 miles, 70 miles, 90 miles. The irregular teleportation distance would make the opponent unable to determine his next location. With these factors, although he was skilled in teleportation, his speed couldn't be compared to the swordsman who was constantly teleporting. The choice of method depended on the characteristics of the orthodoxy. The mainstream was teleportation, which was suitable for the cannons. They didn't have the ability to lock onto the target and cast spells while teleporting. However, those with the sword vein would choose to teleport without exception. They weren't willing to teleport because they couldn't hit anyone while they were teleporting. Due to various reasons, Yi Hang couldn't catch up to the swordsman. This was determined by the difference between their orthodoxies. It wasn't entirely a matter of strength. It was also because of this that Lu Xiaoyi had the confidence to collect the fragment. Chapter 985. Noticing the monk's teleportation behind him, Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. He might not be able to kill this monk this time, He would not disregard his own safety just to kill a so-called opponent. The current situation was clear. If he deliberately looked for an opportunity to attack the monk who had teleported, the monk might not succeed, but he would definitely lose the trail of the fragment. In other words, he would definitely lose the opportunity to break through the unbounded space, using an action that he had no confidence in to exchange for an inevitable bad result. Considering the situation of the monks in this space and the danger of Senior Sister staying here for too long, he had no other choice. Before the monks could surround him and before the monk could use his swastika, the fragment that had gradually slowed down after flying for a period of time, after Lu Xiaoyi approached, the peacock deity flashed and the space shattered. Everyone returned to the waiting space. Immediately, Lu Xiaoyi scanned with his divine sense. Senior Sister was still there. This made him feel relieved. In any case, he was entrusted by others and he did not let them down. Wandering in the universe, it was better to travel with Qing Xian or the slug. It was worry-free and everyone had the ability to take care of themselves. Otherwise, he would act alone. He had come out to the universe several times. Once was Xia Bingji and once was Ka Wa. Both Senior Sisters made his hands and feet tied. It was not fun at all. Just as he was about to go over and greet them, he suddenly felt the space around him changing. In the haze, he seemed to be in a separate space. There was also someone beside him, but he could not recognize him. Soon, the owner of this place let him know the answer. The two of you ignored the rules and took more. If the cultivation world is the same as you, wouldn't it be a mess? My cave realm of the ruins of End has its own rules and cannot be taken lightly. One great Dao fragment per person, no more. What do the two of you think? Although he knew that the two of them had extraordinary backgrounds, especially the one who played with swords, innate spiritual treasures had their own pride. They could be opened but they could not be killed. However, the basic rules had to be followed. Otherwise, they would not be able to stand on their own. Lu Xiaoyi cupped his hands towards the void. This disciple is a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see the people in misery and suffering. That's why I snatched it away. It's just that I want to avoid unnecessary conflict and slaughter. The Buddhists are aggressive and want to use this opportunity to create a massacre. I ask that Senior Great Sovereign understand. Yi Hang was infuriated at the side. That was his line, but it was snatched away by this swordsman. This person's sword was fast, but he didn't expect his mouth to be fast as well. His mouth was full of lies. Please allow me to report, Great Monarch. Disciples' gains are not for myself, but for a friend. I don't want to kill too many people, so I'm willing to donate my gains to a friend. However, Sovereign, please keep it a secret and don't let anyone know that Disciple has the ability to seize the fragment. Abyss Sinkhole's true monarch praised, that's great. I'll give you a space where outsiders can't see you. If you have any rules, just tell me. As long as you give out the items, I won't pursue your hegemony. As he spoke, Yi Hang was moved away. A transparent ball of light appeared where the cultivators were gathered. The people inside could observe the outside, but the people outside could not see anything inside. Their facial features, auras, and orthodoxies were all isolated. Yi Hang was very happy because Abyss Sinkhole's true monarch had arranged for him to be in front. This way, he could better show the magnanimity of the Buddhists. He could use the Great Void Dao fragment to cause a rift in the Daoist sect. When it was the swordsman's turn, he could only copy the wisdom of others. The effect would be much worse. He had snatched 5 fragments, 3 of which were Great Void and 2 of which were Merit. The Merit fragment would obviously be left for his fellow disciples. The Great Void Dao fragment was the reason for the conflict between the Daoist sects. He would choose to gift it to those Daoist sects that were neutral in the conflict between the Daoist sects. Of course, such a thing wouldn't happen immediately, but as long as the seed was planted, it would take root and sprout one day. While he was sowing discord here, Abyss Sinkhole's true monarch was still calm in another space. Then, what about you? How do you choose? Are you also a gift? The reason why he let the monk do it first was to send him away first. Only then would there be a possibility of favoritism. The poor monk Yihang thought that he had received preferential treatment from Abyss Sinkhole's great monarch. Just like what the monastery had told him before he entered, the Abyss Sinkhole's environment would develop in a direction that was beneficial to the Buddhist. However, he didn't know that the proud great monarch in his heart was also a person who changed sides according to the wind. After knowing the roots of the swordsman, it was obvious which side he would lean towards. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the monk outside who was still spouting nonsense. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to wait for the monk to finish gifting the fragments before acting. I'm still hesitating and need to think about it. Great monarch, please wait for a moment. Abyss Sinkhole's monarch obviously didn't mind. However, he still gave a kind reminder. Millimeter, I understand your intentions. Although you're a swordsman, you're compassionate and have a broad heart. Although you've killed, you've never lost your sincerity. Since you've received 2 more fragments than him, I won't bully you. How about this? To be fair, you can keep 1 more fragment. What do you think? Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. This great monarch was a little strange. In terms of killing, he had killed the most people inside, alright? Because of sincerity? What kind of reason was that? For a moment, he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that the monk outside had finished telling his story and that the fragments were mostly distributed, he didn't hesitate anymore. Thank you for your wise judgment, great monarch. It's just 12 fragments. If I can't divide them clearly, the powers in the surrounding domains won't say anything about me. I'm afraid that great monarch is unfair and stingy. I'll only take 1 fragment. That's what I deserve. The remaining 6 will be distributed. However, I have a small request. Abyss Sinkhole's monarch was very satisfied. This little fellow was very tactful. He even knew how to think for him. This was sensible. Speak. Lu Xiaoyi was a little shy. I also want to borrow a space where no one can see. I want to open an auction. Yihang didn't expose his identity. Under the premise of calling himself a benevolent Buddhist, he successfully gave away the 5 fragment. Needless to say, the 2 fragments of merit were naturally given to his senior and junior brothers. The key was the 3 fragments of the Great Void. He instigated a few Tao sects that had always been neutral to state their friendly relations with the Buddhists. Then, he chose 3 sects to give them away. This process was to deeply plant a thorn in the Daoist factions. He didn't expect these neutral Daoist sects to stand on the Buddhist side in the war between the Buddhists and Taoists. That was impossible. However, he could sow discord among the Taoists. That was his goal. The moment he finished, the cultivators counted with their fingers. There were still 4 fragments of merit and 3 fragments of the Grand Pure One. How would they be distributed? Would they still be Buddhists bodhisattvas? Or would they be Taoists yuanying? At that moment, another space appeared out of thin air. Still, everything inside couldn't be seen clearly. However, there was a banner hanging with a line of words on it. First Realm Abyss Sinkhole Auction. The Great Tao is priceless, but the Spiritium is. The highest bidder wins, honest to all. Chapter 986. Everyone was in an uproar. In this world, there was actually someone who openly sold Tao. Wasn't he afraid of incurring the wrath of the heavens? However, now that the heavens were going downhill, it probably couldn't care about these details, right? Auctions were not a new thing in the cultivation world. Everyone was very familiar with it and it was a good way to get resources. The only problem was, what was the price of Xiantian Dao? Had anyone bought it before? Among the hundreds of cultivators, only one was clear-headed, Ka Wa. She didn't even need to think, just from the fearless tone of the banner, she knew who the profiteer inside was. Previously, the monk got 5 strands, it seemed like this guy got 7 strand. This wasn't strange at all, this guy had never been a person who would suffer losses. She didn't have any resentment in her heart. She just resented that this guy didn't leave anything for her. Opportunities and resources in the cultivation world were determined by the heavens. What right did she have to rely on her face to reap without sowing? Moreover, after the experience in the space, She had become indifferent to some things and was far from being as urgent as when she first came here. Although she was a woman, her arrogance didn't lose to others. Immediately after, a divine sense was transmitted into her mind. It was a familiar, unruly and thick-skinned person. "Senior sister, do me a favor. I'm still short of a shill here. I'm just waiting for you to raise the bid to build momentum." Ka weakly transmitted her divine sense to that bubble space. "No. When did I raise the bid? Isn't this a scam? Besides, I don't have much spiritual opportunity. I can't afford to raise the price. What if someone withdraws halfway? What should I do?" That divine sense chuckled. "I'm the one selling the goods. You're still afraid of not having enough spiritual opportunity. Just raise the bid to death. Increase the momentum. Moreover, you must get the first strand. No matter how much spiritual opportunity there is, it can make a good start and raise the atmosphere. As for the transaction, what are you afraid of? Just give me an empty storage ring and then fuse the fragment in front of them." Ka was speechless. This profiteer was really self-taught. As long as it was a bad thing, there wasn't anything this guy didn't know. He was digging a big hole to bury someone. The first auction item, Great Void Fragment. The 600 to 700 people present were dead silent. No one knew what price to bid. Was it reliable? Should the great sovereign of the ruins of Sinkhole stop him? Don't spend a lot of money, only to end up with nothing. Within the bubble space, a voice changer was still shouting, "The Great Void Fragment. Take a look, don't miss it. One of the 36 Carnate Masters. The true essence of Taoism lies in the Great Void. Selling price, vomiting blood, price drop." If he didn't make a move today, where else could he find one? After selling them, they went home to celebrate the new year. 3,000 pure jade spiritual opportunity, or the equivalent of purple purity, 100 plus. This is a rare opportunity, and the great Tao is in sight. 3,000 clear jade spirit jades. This price was truly not expensive. Lu Xiaoyi and Xia Bingji went out for 10 years, and they both had a net worth of 5,000. Of course, that was under special circumstances. It was impossible for others to have such a big harvest in 10 years. But don't forget, which of the Yuanying here hasn't drifted in the void of the universe for hundreds of years? In terms of wealth, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Spiritual opportunity could be harvested, but where could the fragments of the great Tao be harvested? If it was purely based on luck, one might not even meet 1 out of 1,000 people. Still, no one made a bid. Perhaps they also felt that it was too unreal. The great Tao of buying and selling seemed unreliable no matter how one looked at it. Ka's heart was tormented. If she raised her sign, it would be too embarrassing. If she couldn't raise it, she was also afraid that she would ruin the plans of the bad guys. She was truly in a dilemma. She wanted to wait for others to make a bid first before she looked at the situation, but now it seemed that she was being forced to make the first bid. She clenched her teeth, feeling awkward. If she were to mix with this fellow, she could forget about her face. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she didn't expect that an unfamiliar daoist would finally take the first bite of the crab. 3,100 pure jade spirits. This was a cultivator from an unknown place. Compared to the major powers of the other regions, their chances of obtaining a fragment were even lower. Then, now was at least a chance. While everyone was still watching, he would take the first bite of the crab. If he succeeded, 3,000 pure jade spirits for a fragment would be the luckiest transaction in his life. In the worst-case scenario, losing 3,000 pure jade spirits would only be a loss of several decades of accumulation. This was the territory of the Sinkhole Great Monarch. The Great Monarch hadn't made a statement, which could be tacit approval. Everyone wanted to see if the first transaction was real. This was his plan. The only thing he didn't consider was that in this world's auctions, while there could be no customers, there would never be a lack of shills. After waiting for a moment, just as the hammer was about to strike, a clear voice rang out. 4,000 pure jade spirits. It had to be said that Ka was still very talented at shilling. At this time, adding 100 would not show the preciousness of the great Tao fragment. The atmosphere had to be created, the kind of atmosphere where one would fight until one's head was broken and blood was spilled. Adding 100 would be too dull and lacking excitement. It would cause people to lose interest in participating. The Daoist was helpless. Things were going in a direction he didn't want to see the most. If the price was raised, his little bit of wealth might not be enough. Therefore, he had to do everything within his power to quickly crush the confidence of the competitors. He couldn't show any weakness by adding another 100. 5,000 pure jade spirit. The Daoist gritted his teeth. The atmosphere had finally risen. Without waiting for Ka to speak, another Yuaniing from a large sect opened his mouth. 6,000 pure jade spirits. Cultivators didn't lack gambling. The reason why this Yuaniing dared to bid was because he subconsciously believed that the two people in front of him must have some inside information. The auction wasn't a gimmick, but a real thing. Then, 6,000 pure jade spirits for a great Dao fragment was still worth it. The price suddenly doubled from the starting price. This amount of pure jade spirits was something most cultivators present couldn't take out. If everyone relied on their own strength, the price would be about the same. However, there were still shills. There were still friends from the same sect to borrow. When everyone was in a deadlock for the second time, Ka, who was forced to do something beyond her ability, said extraordinary words. Since they had started playing, they might as well play to their heart's content. In any case, if something went wrong, that guy would cover for them. Women had a talent for shopping. Without a teacher, they knew how to overshadow their competitors. 8,000 pure jade spirit. The great void fragment is mine. If you don't agree, let's fight. Among the heroes, one woman stood at the pass. Her mouth was rude, and she was the only one. Was there anyone who didn't agree? Of course, there were, and there were quite a few. In the cultivation world, there would never be a lack of those low-key second and third generation cultivators. They were usually inconspicuous, but when they opened their storage rings, they would blind you. 10,000 pure jade spirit. I want to see how the people from Juzian take away this fragment. A Yuaniing from the Dragon Slayer world shouted. The surrounding people from the same world cheered her on. Junior sister, that's enough. Are you smart enough? If not, the few of us can help you scrape together some. The other Yuaniing from the carefree travel world naturally stood together. This was no longer a personal matter, but a matter of the sect's reputation. Although Ka's mother, Perfected Jo, was famous in the carefree travel world for being rich and overbearing, 10,000 pure jade spirits was still a huge number. It wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. Ka raised her eyebrows. No need. I can afford it. Chapter 987. After a few exchanges, Ka finally won the fragment with 18,000 spiritual opportunities. Under everyone's gaze, she walked to the front of the bubble space and pretended to hand in a few storage rings. Inside were all her belongings, more than 200 strands of jade purity. The person inside also pretended to count and waved his hand. With the help of the master of the ruins of End, another sealed space was opened. In the space, a fragment of the great void floated quietly. Ka stepped into it and went all out without any pressure. In a moment, the fragment of the great void turned into light and entered her head. There was no doubt. The fragment was real. The landlord, the master of the ruins of End, also supported it. All that was left was to fight. All the cultivators who were interested in this began to connect with each other. There was only one purpose: to borrow money. The competition had just begun. It was foreseeable that the low price of 18,000 would not be seen again. Some cultivators who had the strength but did not make a move began to regret. They missed the first time, but they did not want to miss the second time. Ka had started a bad precedent. This was the meaning of the existence of shills. It could push the atmosphere to a climax in the shortest time, unlike normal situations where people would slowly accumulate popularity. When the atmosphere was really up, the goods would be gone. The second item was the merit fragment. In view of the fact that the person in the bubble space was a detestable Daoist, The monks would not tolerate the merit fragment in the hands of a Daoist disciple. Monk Yi Hang originally wanted to stop everyone from participating in the auction and let this farce end without a cause. However, the temple he was in was only a part of the nearby airspace. Even the strongest temple could not represent everyone. The bodhisattvas from other domains choked him back with one sentence: "Is your heavy mountain temple full? But you don't let others take a bite." These words were very unpleasant, but he had to listen. It was obvious that if he had generously given the 2 merit shards to the monks outside his own temple, he might have been able to influence the monks' choice. However, since he had given the merit shards to his own people, how could he ask others to do the same? It was a dilemma. Who knew that this thing would come to this in the beginning? To deal with the lofty Great Tao through vulgar business methods? The Great Tao collapsed, and the cultured were no longer present. Instead, clowns came one after another. The monks were very supportive. In the world of cultivation, the orthodoxy of Buddhism had nothing to do with ascetic cultivation. It was a rich orthodoxy, both in the mortal world and in the world of cultivation. Buddhism seemed to be born with the talent of accumulating wealth. As for bodhisattvas and Buddhas, one could tell just by looking at their statues. Each of them had a fat head and big ears, just like the cooks. Wearing clothes, they were virtuous, and without clothes, they were fleshy. This was referring to the Buddhist sects. Usually, they would pretend to be people who saved people from suffering and were merciful and compassionate. They even wished they could put countless patches on their robes and call it the 100 patchwork robes. They would hold alms bowls and put on airs like beggars. If that was the case, then where did the huge temple property come from? Falling from the sky. In this aspect, the Taoists were much better. Usually, they looked noble and otherworldly. They were fastidious about their appearance and never got tired of eating good food. They seemed to be from big families and were wealthy. They did not care about the wealth in the world. In fact, most of them were paupers. There was one thing they had in common, and that was hypocrisy. What was faked was often not real. The moment the merit shard started bidding, it immediately revealed the unfathomable wealth of the Buddhist sect. The moment the first monk opened his mouth, it made the Taoists feel ashamed. 19,000 jade purity. Although there were no superfluous words, he had trampled Daoist Huazi under his feet from the start. The Daoist carnate Great Tao was worthless while the Buddhist Great Tao of merit was the superior Tao. That was what it meant. Unconvinced. Let the spiritium battle. Following that, there was nothing for Ka War to do. Shopping was most afraid of comparisons, of competing with one's wealth, and of being impulsive. Once an opening was made, there was no need to hold it up. It would climb up by itself. Everyone was happy. Those who were watching the show were not afraid of things blowing up. Of course, they were happy. Those who had the wealth to show off the strength of their own Tao teachings were also happy. Of course, the happiest person was a certain fellow who hid in a bubble space and did not dare to show his face. He was grinning from ear to ear. 25,000 jade purity spiritium was the answer that the monks handed over. This was the result of the internal competition within the Buddhist sects. Everyone had more or less restrained themselves, and it was not to the extent of drawing blood. If it was a fragment that could be used by Buddhists, then it would truly break through the heavens. With the template, the next step was to follow suit. The price could only be higher and not lower. Lu Xiaoyi kept a merit shard for himself for research purposes, and basically gave Ka War a shard for free. The remaining 5 shards were sold at the lowest price of 18,000 and the highest at 34,000. The total was close to 150,000 jade purity. This was a very terrifying number, but just from the value alone, it was not excessive. Spiritium had a price, but a great Tao was priceless. It could only be encountered by chance and not sought. It was also because everyone was not mentally prepared for this, so they did not bring much spiritium with them. If they had deliberately come from all over the universe to participate in the auction, they would have a lot of luggage. With the merchants stirring up trouble, even a shard could be sold for 150,000 spiritium. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with spiritium, it was not a problem. The universe was boundless, and there were countless wonders and resources. Yuanian cultivators could accumulate a considerable amount of resources even if they spent hundreds of years. Not to mention, they could also ask the seniors of their sects for help. This was a truly conscientious price. It would only be this time, and it would not be so easy the next time. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi had no choice. He could not bring it out, and he could not trade it. Moreover, the repercussions of exposing his identity were too great. He could not accept the debt of being in arrears. During the auction, there were cultivators who were willing to sign contracts and buy it at a high price. A single strand was worth more than 50,000. How would he dare to agree? If others were willing, he would not dare to go. The auction ended smoothly. After Lu Xiaoyi ate and drank to his heart's content, he did not forget to smear his opponent's name. The heavenly Tao is fair and observant. Every drink and every peck is simple in the heart. This poor Daoist seized the spiritium for Wuji, but firstly, it was to eliminate the boundless sin of killing. Secondly, it was not a selfish act. Selling everything I obtained was also a method. Unlike some people who hid things in the dark, shameless. They claimed to be righteous but were actually despicable. The green mountains do not change, and the green waters flow forever. If there is a next time, we shall rekindle our friendship and drink together. These words were very vicious. It meant that he had sold all the fragments, but the previous monk had hidden some. Yi Hang had sold a total of 5 strands, 2 strands of merit and 3 strands of great void. That was all. He had sold 6 strands, 3 strands of merit and 3 strands of great void. But he had hidden a strand of merit. In the eyes of outsiders, there was a problem. Where did the last strand of merit fragment go? The Daoist must have left something useless behind, so it should not have been hidden by the later Daoist. Then who would have hidden it? Only the first monk was the most suspicious. Playing the blame game. Among the 3 people who knew about it, needless to say, the instigator, the master of the ruins of End, was also tight-lipped. As for the victim, he could not speak of his suffering. Chapter 988. Yi Hang was in the crowd, but he could not say anything. What should he say? The reason why he asked for an independent space was because he did not want others to know that he had the ability to intercept Tao fragments in an instant. Once such an ability was exposed, even if it was exposed in his sect, there would be endless trouble. If it was said lightly, he would have to do the task of intercepting fragments in the future. If it was said heavily, it would arouse the jealousy of others, and his life would be in danger. Why, we can't even get a single strand, but you can snatch a few strands or dozens of strands. Could a fortuitous opportunity be seized like this? Cutting off one's opportunities is like killing one's parent. If this could be tolerated, what else could not? Not to mention Taoists, even Buddhists would be angry. So, he could not explain. Even if he knew that the bastard was talking nonsense and trying to divert the trouble, he could not stand up for himself. The most unclear thing was that he was missing a strand of merit fragment. This guy must have no use for keeping this thing. He deliberately did not sell it to disgust him. His intentions were terrible. I'm so angry. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Which world did that guy come from? Which power? He was not sure. The sword vein had inheritances in dozens of universes around, and there was no way to check them one by one. The only way was to look at a female cultivator among the group of Taoists with a gloomy look in his eyes. She was the one who ate the crab first. He was very sure that this woman was a fake. In other words, she had a very deep relationship with the swordsman. As long as he pulled this string, he would not be afraid that the swordsman would escape. He was very confident in his own strength. He had never met an opponent at the Bodhisattva level. It was not just the problem of integrating a strand of merit fragment, but also the chain reaction caused by the integration of the fragments, which allowed him to luckily obtain some things from his previous life. It was mainly reflected in the application of the swastika. With the understanding of the swastika and his profound basic ability, no one at the Bodhisattva Yuanying level could enter his eyes. Playing mind games? He did not dare to say that he would definitely win. This bastard was indeed very cunning. Then, he would compete with his strength openly. No matter how good that fellow's swordsmanship was, his understanding of the swastika from his previous life was not inferior to his. On top of that, there was a huge difference in their cultivation levels. What was there to be afraid of? After the auction ended, the entire place was in chaos. Some were happy, while others were sad. Everyone gathered in a messy space, waiting for the Sinkhole Great Lord's orders to disperse them. Lu Xiaoyi blended into the crowd shyly, looking exactly like a loser. He couldn't be cocky. The most difficult part of a successful act was how to wrap it up. He warned himself not to be blinded by the temporary gains. This was because he could clearly feel a gloomy gaze from the monks. How great was the hatred? How much resentment? Was there a need for this? Ka receives the holy message: meet up with Zhenren Jiao as soon as you get out and return at full speed. Don't wait for Xiao Yao. As long as you act fast, nothing will happen. That monk isn't that stupid. He might have already noticed you. Ka did not refute. In terms of her sense of danger, she was far inferior to this guy. What about you? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. I'm the only one in the universe. Even if hundreds of monks come, it's useless. I'll play with them and let them know not to bully honest people in the future. Ka was speechless. You're an honest person? That monk really hid the merit shard. Lu Xiaoyi, haha. Ka knew that her question was unnecessary. Flipping other people's tables after eating their fill was the nature of a hooligan. Everyone was still waiting for the Sinkhole Great Lord's orders. This was also the fault of the Carnate Spirit Treasure after being alone for so many years. Usually, no one would talk to him, so this was the only chance for him to vent his hunger. But this time, it was a little different. There was no lecture, no appointment, and no warning. Space suddenly shattered, and the sinkhole space seamlessly merged with the normal void. Ka was scanned with her divine sense and found her mother's very special raft among the many waiting cultivators. The next moment, she had already entered it. Without waiting for her mother to speak, she had already set up the raft and fled. Mother, someone is chasing me. We need to leave at full speed. We can't stay. Perfected Jiao felt the difference in her daughter and knew that she had succeeded. It was normal for her to attract some trouble. She took control of the raft, and this specially made flying weapon left a streak of light in the void. It was much faster than Ka was. Don't rush. Speak slowly. The moment space shattered, everyone was still in a daze. Yi Hang had already locked onto the female cultivator and entered the waiting raft. Just as he was about to teleport over, he suddenly felt a warning in his heart. The swastika appeared and faced a sword light. A figure slid away in the air, and a frivolous voice sounded, "Here to play hide and seek." When Yi Hang looked up again, the raft was long gone. He steeled his heart and chased after the figure. This evil creature, if he didn't kill him, it wouldn't be enough to appease the hatred in his heart. The collision of the sword light and the swastika caused another chaos in the air. The monk saw that there were Taoists around him and felt that it was dangerous, so he attacked first. The Taoists saw that the monk was not far away, so they suddenly shot arrows to vent their anger. In an instant, it was a mess. But in an open space, it was impossible to gather and fight. As they fought, they scattered, and their hearts flew away. It was a mess, and there was chicken feathers everywhere. It was like the melon seeds and fruit peels after a big play ended. It was a mess. The direction Lu Xiaoyi chose was opposite to the direction of Zhuxian's upper world. It was beneficial for Ka and her daughter to leave. But he wouldn't keep flying like this, or he wouldn't know what strange space he would fly to. When the space was opened, Yi Hang's teleportation began to show its power. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't get rid of him with his teleportation. Of course, he didn't really want to get rid of him. He just wanted to pull the monk out and leave the space where there were many monks. Only then would he have a chance to fight him alone. Several days later, in a desolate celestial phenomenon area, this place was still in the same universe as the ruins of Sinkhole's cave region. It was still 2 universes away from the immortal of Zhu Upper Realm. This was a relatively spacious region that Lu Xiaoyi could find in a short time. Spacious referred to the fact that this place was relatively far away from the nearest cultivation world, so it was rarely disturbed. Whether it was the Buddhist orthodoxy or the Taoist legacy, they were all fair. The universe that his interstellar map mapped was limited. The one he was most familiar with was the one in Zhuxian's upper world. The surrounding universes were more vague and rough. For example, this space that was separated by two universes was a general indication of the most important cultivation world. It was impossible to be very detailed. A swordsman wouldn't reject a one-on-one challenge to solve a problem. He wasn't afraid of anyone in the same realm. Standing on a small meteorite, Lu Xiaoyi looked in one direction. A monk was walking over from the void. His face was no longer ferocious. He had completely controlled his emotions and adjusted the rhythm of the battle. He liked tough opponents. This was beneficial to his own improvement. Chapter 989. The monk stopped far away. He did not call for anyone. There was no need. Besides, he was worried that the swordsman would keep running if there were too many people around. The swordsman could not shake him off, but he could not stop the swordsman either. Both sides were in a dogfight that could not be separated. You should not lie to others. This is not the way of cultivation. Yi Hang regained his composure. There was no hurry. They had plenty of time. Besides, he could see that the swordsman intended to have a showdown with him. Since both sides were interested, this battle would be easy to fight. Lu Xiaoyi was not in a hurry. There was no chance of a sneak attack. This was a fair and square battle. There were no tricks. Let's not talk about moral high ground, shall we? I'm lying, you're sowing discord. Who's more noble than the other? We're all experienced cultivators. Let's talk about something more practical. Yi Hang did not comment. I'm Yi Hang of the Great Mountain Temple. I want to settle this with you. I don't want to involve others. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. I'm Lone Ear of the Carefree Wanderer. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Yi Hang seemed to understand something. Zhuxian is from the upper realm. It's a large world. I've interacted with a Daoist from Taixien before. Do you know him? The swordsman had been watching him since they were in the Weiji space. There must be a reason. Now it seemed that he was standing up for his friend. He was very confident. Lu Xiaoyi did not deny it. It's mainly because I've heard that Master's Buddhist teachings are unparalleled. If I don't experience it, I'll be ashamed of myself as a sword cultivator. Yi Hang smiled. The swordsman is happy to hear the battle. I'm very impressed. However, my Buddhist teachings are not something that ordinary people can see. Lu Xiaoyi did not care. I like to see things that I can't see. I've lived to this day. Things that I can't see have become things that I can't live on. Yi Hang stretched out his hand. If that's the case, please. Lu Xiaoyi's figure blurred. Thousands of sword lights shot out from his body. Yi Hang's fighting style could only be described with one word: tit for tat. This was the fundamental change he had made to himself after accepting part of the memories from his previous life. It was also the in-depth application of the swastika seal from the half-immortal vision that allowed him, who was originally at the level of an ordinary bodhisattva, to stand out and become one of the strongest combat forces in the dozens of universes near the bodhisattva level. Yi Hang didn't stay in one spot either. Instead, he moved freely. His entire body, with his heart as the center, was like the central axis of the swastika wheel. His entire body was bathed in the swastika wheel, emitting light in all directions. He was like a reincarnated Buddha. Defense is the key to success, radiating light in all directions. The attack was done in the dark, without a sound. It was like a giant swastika spinning in the void of the universe. As it spun, the swastika would shoot out countless smaller swastikas to attack the opponent. This was a Buddhist secret technique that was both offensive and defensive. It was also the great Dharma protector that Yi Hang had abandoned all other dharmas and focused solely on for 100 years. In the Fuji space, both of them had clashed once. Outside the ultimate space, both of them fought once more. In the former, both of them tested each other's strength, while in the latter, they tested each other's casting speed. Both of them were far above average. This was also the reason why both of them viewed each other as strong enemies. Now, both of them were facing each other for the third time. The battle had expanded to a deeper level. It was a contest of control, a contest of subtlety, a contest of changes, a contest of insight, a contest of Tao realm, a contest of decisiveness. It wasn't as earth-shattering as the first clash. That was because Lu Xiaoyi had used all his strength in that sneak attack. He couldn't sustain such intensity for long. It was similar to the state of the previous few axes. Similarly, Yi Hang had completely given up on defense and focused all his energy on taking advantage of the chaos to kill the swordsman. Such an attack could be used once in a sneak attack, but it couldn't be used continuously in a real battle. Without the protection of the giant swastika wheel, facing an opponent like the swordsman who had fast attacks was tantamount to suicide. Both of them were attacking with all their strength under normal conditions, which gave the battle a foundation to continue. Since Lu Xiaoyi didn't have the confidence to continuously attack and destroy the swastika wheel, he naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to waste his mana and let the opponent chase after him. One had to look at the opponent before attacking with 3 axes. The sword rays became more and more rapid. Tens of thousands of sword rays formed a 5-elemental light whirlpool in the void. The changing 5-elemental Tao realm made the spinning sword blades unpredictable. In the past, he still needed the cooperation of the 5 sword spirits to achieve this. But now, Qi Yi and the sword ray division were enough. This was the way the inner sword roared in the universe. There was no need to worry about whether the flying sword would be damaged or whether it would be contaminated by the Buddhist power. This allowed the sword to be unbridled under the sword's light. He could use his imagination to his heart's content and didn't have to be constrained by the fixed changes of his moves. For example, when the 5-elemental sword formation couldn't penetrate deep into the opponent's swastika wheel, the 5-elemental sword formation stopped abruptly. Following that, the flying swords changed into a 5-elemental awl, changing from a thrust to a single point. Yi Hang wouldn't foolishly wait there for him to test his moves. His body was like a light wheel, there was no way to advance or retreat. He watched from the front and watched from the back. It was very difficult for the flying swords to gather on his body for a long time. When he felt that it was necessary, he would even teleport himself out of the battle and attack again. It was exactly the same as Lu Xiaoyi's way of wielding his sword. While Lu Xiaoyi was attacking his opponent, he was also being chased by his opponent's swastika wheel. The key was how to deal with the Tao realm of merit. Seeing one's nature was merit. Equality was merit. Thinking without stagnation. Common nature. True use. It was called merit. Seeing Buddha's nature, being equal in heart, purifying oneself, this was called merit. Therefore, merit was closely related to the level of cultivation of Buddhism. In other words, this monk's understanding of Buddhism was unique. It was a little similar to the preaching of the 10,000 Buddha temple, seeing the power of Buddha in silence. However, wasn't this monk Yi Hang a little too much? The study of Buddhism was truly a boring thing. It took time, patience, and mind. Only those who could endure loneliness and wholeheartedly work in the Buddhist world could truly achieve something. If you only thought about how to win in battle, your Tao realm of merit would not be perfect. It sounded very contradictory, but in the world of Buddhism and Taoism, such contradictions were everywhere. If one wanted to increase their strength, their Tao realm would deviate, especially the great Tao of emptiness. It was different from the practical great Tao of the 5 elements. If one didn't want to deviate, one couldn't rely on one's Tao realm achievement in combat ability. Only when it happened to be the right time, would it occasionally reveal a bit of brilliance. In the quietest nirvana realm. Settle down. Everything has feelings, and even the first in the previous life. In other words, everything with feelings is the most victorious. That was why it was said to live in the sanctuary. To be able to stay away from 10 kinds of mistakes. And to be able to settle down in the sanctuary. It was called merit. Simply put, it was to achieve, settle down, and undergo nirvana that was the most victorious merit. From this, it could also be seen that merit was directed out of the world. Then, with this Yi Hang's various actions in the origin deity realm, he was clearly not that kind of person who could patiently study hard. How could such a person achieve such achievements in the Tao of merit? Lu Xiaoyi could not understand. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.